The second exam just ended and Naruto rushed to find his sensei. In the finals, he was matched up against Neji, a prodigy from the Hyuga clan who was extremely proficient in taijutsu. Naruto knew that there was no way he could win as he was now, and only great amount of training could help him. Entering the hospital, he asked for the only possible place Kakashi could be. "In which room is Uchiha Sasuke?" he asked the woman at the reception. The woman, instead of giving him an answer, glared at him. "Why would I tell you that, freak?" Naruto's eyes narrowed and he prepared himself to reply, but the person he was looking for then appeared. "Yo, Naruto, what can I do for you?" Naruto turned toward the source of the voice and saw his sensei reading his signature book. He walked up to him and voiced his request. "Train me for the finals, sensei." Kakashi closed his book and sighed. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm busy for the month." "Oh yeah? With what?" he asked with a frown. When Kakashi didn't answer, Naruto scowled. "So you're ditching me for the month so you could train Sasuke?" Kakashi had decency to look sheepish. Now, I'm not ditching you. I got you a more reliable teacher than me for the month." "And who would that be?" Naruto asked, his frown not leaving his face. "That would be me," a new voice spoke, making the two turn toward it. There stood a man with glasses and a bandana-styled forehead protector. "I will be training you for the month, brat." Naruto looked at the newcomer with barely concealed disgust. "You? So a pervert is ditching me to another pervert?" Kakashi raised his only visible eyebrow. "Ebisu, a pervert?" Ebisu clamped his hand over Naruto's mouth, preventing him from elaborating. "And nothing important." Naruto forcefully removed the hand from his mouth and glared at his supposed new sensei. "What the hell would you teach me anyway?" Ebisu ignored Naruto's snappish remark and pushed up his glasses. "I would teach you what you're worst at." "And what would that be?" Naruto asked, annoyed. "Naruto, of the 3 students I teach in Team 7, you're the worst at basics," Kakashi replied. "That's right," Ebisu added. "From what Kakashi and I concluded, your chakra control is terrible, so we would focus on it." Naruto stared at the two with a look that practically said, "What the fuck? Wait, you would spend entire month improving my chakra control?" At Ebisu's nod, Naruto nearly snapped. "What the hell? How could chakra control help me against Neji?" "Naruto, chakra control is a very important aspect of training. If you cannot control how much chakra you use in a jutsu, you might suffer from chakra exhaustion and die on the spot," Kakashi said matter-of-factly. That, however, didn't calm Naruto in the slightest. "And what good would chakra control be if I don't have any jutsu to use? Would you teach me any?" he asked Ebisu. "If you got your chakra control to a good enough level, I might teach you some D to C ranked ninjutsu," Ebisu replied with a shrug. "I don't need that." Naruto snapped back rather loudly, surprising the two jonin. "I'm a fucking chakra monster. The amount of chakra I have is more than you two have together. There is no way that what you're planning to teach me would be any good against the last year's rookie of the year." Kakashi frowned. "Naruto, Sasuke is fighting against an opponent that would more than likely kill him. You, on the other hand, are safe from that option. Plus, I don't really think that you could beat Neji." That was it. That was all that Naruto needed to hear before turning around and walking toward exit. "I better go so you don't lose any time with your precious student." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Kakashi-sensei." The last word was spoken with such mocking disrespect that it froze Kakashi in shock. "And the pervert won't need to train me. I'd rather spend the month training alone than with a guy who despises me." The two jonin watched in shock as Naruto began to walk toward the exit. Only when the door closed behind him did they snap out of their shock. What the hell was that, Kakashi?" Ebisu asked. "You told me he was just a happy-go-lucky brat that would jump at any opportunity to train." Kakashi's eye narrowed. "I thought he was. Doesn't matter though, just go and catch up to him." Ebisu nodded, albeit reluctantly, and followed after the boy. Much to his shock, Naruto was nowhere in sight. Extending his senses, Ebisu was shocked even more when he couldn't sense the boy anywhere near his position. Rethinking his options, he jumped in the direction of the training grounds, hoping to catch the boy there. While Ebisu was looking for Naruto, said boy was sitting atop the Hokage monument with a frown on his face. He knew that the pervert wouldn't be able to find him here because, if Naruto didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be found. Countless of Umbu could confirm that. He was mulling through his options. His choices were practically non-existent. Without a teacher, he couldn't learn anything, and he didn't know anyone who could teach him anything. Asking the Hokage for help was out of the question, since the man couldn't show favoritism toward a rookie genin. The old man would probably tell him to train with Ebisu anyway. Not only that, but he nearly lost his control in front of Kakashi, and that was something unacceptable. Without gaining some power to properly defend himself against his enemies, it would be stupid to show who he really was. Groaning, he punched the ground. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? There is no way I could beat Neji if I train alone, he thought angrily. Sound of footsteps broke his musings, and he instantly turned around to look at whoever was approaching him. Expecting the four-eyed pervert, he was rather surprised when he saw an old man with bandages over his eye and cane in his hand instead. On the first glance, the man looked like any old cripple in the village. You would think that you could beat his ass with both hands behind your back and eyes closed. Naruto knew better though. The way the man walked showed power and experience with each step. The way his muscles twitched every second, he looked ready to defend against any threat in a flash. Naruto could recognize that same posture when he was around the Sandame. They both looked like frail old men, but they could kick his ass without even breaking a sweat. Naruto stayed silent as the imposing figure neared with each step. He honestly didn't know what to do or say. Should he run? Nah. If the man was out for his blood, he could catch him easily. Fighting also wasn't an option, due to obvious reasons. Naruto decided to deal with this the only way he knew, with a big-ass grin on his face. Hey old man, what do you want? He asked loudly. The man's face stayed as impassive as it was from the moment he saw him. Uzumaki, drop the act. I would rather talk to the original than a fake. Naruto tilted his head in confusion, but the man didn't budge an inch. He sighed before smirking. So you've noticed? A ghost of a smirk appeared on the man's face. Only a fool wouldn't notice such an obvious act. I am surprised though. How could you keep it up for so long? Naruto scoffed. It was either that or die. Without having some actual power behind my attitude would only kill me. The man nodded. He knew of Naruto's status in the village and among the villagers. They all thought of him as a village idiot, without any skill at all. As long as he was a docile lamb, the villagers wouldn't bother him too much, but he knew that the boy was probably full of pent-up anger and frustration. I see you know my name, but I still don't know yours, Naruto said again, breaking the man from his musings. And what do you want with me? My name is Shimura Danzo, and my offer is to train you for the duration of the next month, the man, now revealed as Danzo, replied stoically. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Danzo, huh? I've heard of you from Gigi. Why would you want to train me? As you are probably aware of, you are this village's Jinchuriki. At Naruto's nod, he continued. I will not lie to you. Your main purpose is to be Konoha's trump card in possible wars. As you are now, you are no match for even some of the experienced genin. The reason I would train you is simple, to increase Konoha's military strength and power. Naruto nodded slowly after hearing all of that. Danzo was pretty straightforward man, and he wouldn't bend or sugarcoat his words. Naruto could see that the man didn't see him more than a weapon, something akin to a kunai, to be used and, if broken, discarded. He might not like that, but the opportunity was too great to lose. What about Gigi? Naruto asked in the end. Sarutobi gave me his permission to train you. He was still sane enough to see the bigger picture and do the right thing, Danzo replied. Naruto was somewhat amazed how the man hid his emotions so well. He was almost like a walking statue. Nothing could gouge a reaction out of him. Naruto stood up and dusted himself off. Then what are we waiting for? Does that mean you accept my training? At Naruto's nod, he turned around and beckoned the boy to follow. Then from now on, you shall refer to me as Danzo-sama. Naruto blinked rapidly as he tried to adjust his eyes to the sudden light. Somewhere along the way, Danzo called for two of his subordinates and placed a bag over Naruto's head. Naruto guessed that the place they were in at the moment was at a secret location he didn't need to know. What Danzo didn't count on was that Naruto very good at minding his surroundings and could easily locate the base by retracing his steps. Currently, he was looking at a long hallway lit with numerous torches. The hall branched at several directions, and each led deeper into the compound. Naruto was slightly amazed at the sheer amount of space they created underground. Let's go. A monotonous voice of one root ninja was heard, and Naruto was led through the hallway. They passed through so many passages that even Naruto with his good memory couldn't possibly remember them all. Danzo and his two cronies walked soundlessly, almost like they were gliding over the floor. Naruto just hoped that he wouldn't end up as emotionless as them after the month ends. So, how will you train me? Naruto asked in the end. That question plagued his mind ever since he accepted Danzo's offer. You will find out later, Danzo replied. I will tell you, though, that this training will be gruesome. I will personally attest to it. You will train every day, with minimum amount of breaks, and by the end of the month, you will be at low to mid-jonin level. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kind of ruthless, isn't it? After not hearing a response, he chuckled. Not that I don't mind. I sure as hell would like to be strong as a jonin in the end. I won't skulk, don't worry. If you did, I would have punished you, Uzumaki. I will expect nothing but obedience from you. This training is of my free will, and if I see that it bears no fruit, I will immediately stop it, Danzo said with a bit of force. Naruto only smirked. Do your worst. A ghost of a smirk appeared on Danzo's face. He finally had something to entertain himself with for a while. It was late in the afternoon, and the sun was slowly setting. Not that Naruto knew of that, as there were no windows in the underground compound. 2 weeks have passed since he arrived here, and he only grew in leaps and bounds. The method of training helped quite a lot as well. From the moment the training started, Naruto had to make as many shadow clones as he could. It was quite confusing as to why he had to do it, but he did it nonetheless. He was rather surprised when the instructor began to instruct clones on chakra control exercises and other chakra-based stuff. When he found out the true abilities of shadow clones, he nearly went to tear Kakashi a new one for never telling him that bit of information. The original was thrown into a harsh physical training. The amount of push-ups, sit-ups, laps he ran, and other physical exercises he did were insane. Such amount would probably be impossible to finish for anyone other than him, since he was a Jinchuriki and had amazing stamina. After the exercises, he was tossed in the ring and would spar with several rude operatives. It didn't matter to them if he was dead tired and barely able to move. The enemy wouldn't wait for you to be at your best, is what they would say when he complained. The sparring was mostly to build Naruto's experience. Fighting various enemies in various quantities was something that can make you grow as a ninja, and since Naruto's clones were practicing the katas, Naruto had very long sparring sessions. Also, there were many root ninja to fight. Again, a cold, emotionless voice spoke when the blonde boy was thrown back. Naruto was in a spar with one of the more experienced root trainees and was getting his ass handed to him. The trainee was tough and fast, good enough to slip under Naruto's guard and delivered devastating punches all over his body. Naruto was brought down more than he would have liked already in this match, but would stand right up and charge again. All right, that's enough. Danzo finally spoke, and the two combatants separated. Naruto, your taijutsu is getting better every day. Now, you will dispel your clones before resting. Be careful to do it in smaller groups. Naruto nodded and began to dispel his clones. He had his clones stationed all over the place, working on many other exercises. There were 5 groups in total. The first one was for taijutsu, where the clones would practice katas of various styles to better prepare the original for a fight. The second one was for kenjutsu, and even if Naruto didn't really plan to use a sword, the art itself was very valuable to learn. It wouldn't do him any good to die on the field just because his opponent was more skilled with a blade. The last 3 were focused on chakra exercises. One group was created simply for honing Naruto's chakra control with various exercises. Naruto's chakra capacity grew even larger during his time en route, so proper control was necessary. The second group was created to practice nature transformation. Ever since he found out his elements, Naruto had clones honing those elements to perfection. He was told that it could take months, but significant amount of shadow clones proved everyone wrong. The last group was merely a jutsu learning group. They would learn multiple techniques that would later be transferred to the original. He sometimes thought that maybe he was cheating a bit in his training, but the look of arrogance on Sasuke's face as he activated his Sharingan threw those thoughts away. If that bastard could steal others' jutsu, he could milk his shadow clone for every bit of training he could get. Get some rest before we review what your clones learned, Danzo said and turned around to go toward his quarters when Naruto's voice stopped him. Danzo-sama, what rank would you give me? Naruto asked with utmost seriousness. Even though he didn't particularly like Danzo, the man came to him and helped him. He valued the man's opinion as a shinobi, but other than that, he didn't want to have any connection with him. Danzo was the type of person that would manipulate you to do his bidding and then toss you aside like you never existed. Naruto in particular didn't want to be used and manipulated. The rank I would give you is Chunin. Now rest. I will not go easy on you, Danzo said with his familiar emotionless voice and retreated to his office. Naruto sighed and ran his hand through his hair as he watched the man retreat. All this emotionless bullshit was really getting on his nerves. While it was true that emotions could be hindrances on the field, completely removing one's emotions was even worse. They could only make logical and rational decisions, which didn't mean that they were always good decisions. They could easily sacrifice a child for an information scroll, and that was something Naruto hated about them. Root was an underground organization that would deal with stuff that Konoha as a village wasn't supposed to be associated with. They could kill with ease, whether a man, woman, or a child. Only thing that mattered to them was a mission objective. Everything that stood in between would be destroyed. And they were very efficient too. Sometimes too efficient, considering what he saw when he sneaked into Root Mission Archive. Finding nothing better to do, Naruto retreated to his room and went to bed. Every second of sleep in this base was as valuable as a stack of Rios, and Naruto would be damned if he would be tired in front of Danzo. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha toward the stadium. The day has finally arrived and Naruto would be fighting Neji in front of many important political figures. He smirked under the hood of his cloak that concealed his identity as he thought about his training en route. Naruto was now low to mid-level Jonin, perfectly capable of defeating many of his opponents. His taijutsu was based on a style that Umbu used, fast and precise. Combined that with amazing speed and raw strength he could break bones without any troubles. His ninjutsu was also amazing. He went with quality over quantity and had several powerful jutsus, both elemental and not, which he mastered. His kenjutsu was good enough so that he could go toe-to-toe with low Jonin level ninja. Jinjutsu was his weak point, just as before, only this time he could dispel them. Only high-leveled and multi-layered illusions could hinder him. Naruto had no doubt in his mind that he could defeat Neji. The Hyuga was a close combat specialist, and the Hyugas were widely known for using only taijutsu in a fight. They never branched their skills, and that was their downfall. Naruto had long-range techniques that could really screw up the battlefield and anyone on it, but he would refrain from using them in the exam. No matter how much he disliked Neji, he wouldn't kill him, just beat him up. Entering the stadium, he saw the other contestants, minus Sasuke, already there and waiting. Not wanting to waste any more time, Naruto approached them and saw that the proctor was changed. Now there stood a brown-haired man with a senbon in his mouth. The Jonin looked at Naruto questionably, mostly because of the hood, which didn't go unnoticed by the blonde. "I'm sorry if I'm late," was the only thing that Naruto said when he arrived. Seeing that Naruto won't say anything else, the Jonin decided to introduce himself. "Well, anyway, my name is Shirinui Genma, and I will be the proctor for the third exam." The other Genin looked confused as to why Hate was replaced, but didn't comment on it. Seeing that they still had some time before it began, Shikamaru decided to make some small talk with his former classmate. "Yo, Naruto," he said with a lazy wave. "What's with the cloak?" Naruto smirked under the hood. "You'll see." Up in the stands, other Genin that didn't pass were situated by their Jonin senseis. They were all eager to see the battles begin and also who would be on top. Bets were being taken from all sides, and most of the money went either on Sasuke or Gaara. One particular Genin was looking worriedly at the arena. "Where are they?" she asked, mostly herself, but was heard by her neighbor. "I think that's Naruto down there," Ino replied and pointed at the assembled Genin in the arena. "The one with the cloak." Sakura looked confused. Why is he wearing a cloak? That question was instantly replaced by another. "But where is Sasuke-kun?" "Don't worry, forehead. He'll be here," Ino said matter-of-factly. "Do you really think he would miss this? And besides, Kakashi-sensei is with him." Sakura nodded and smiled. "I can't wait to see how strong he is." "Yeah, me too," Ino added with a sigh. "Do you think Naruto improved? Can he beat Neji?" At that point, Tenten decided to interrupt. There is no way that Uzumaki could defeat Neji. Neji was the Rookie of the Year last year, and Uzumaki was the dead last. He won against Kiba with dumb luck only. Sakura couldn't help but agree with some of the things Tenten said. Naruto was the dead last, and the battle against Kiba was mostly won by luck. She knew that the blonde was strong, seeing that firsthand in the Forest of Death, but he couldn't possibly measure against a year-older Rookie of the Year. Now, Tenten, Guy chimed in from the side. Who knows what could happen? Naruto-kun's flames of youth could have grown hotter over the month. Tenten palmed her face at her sensei's antics, and some other people snickered quietly. Guy was sometimes too enthusiastic for his own good. "Where is Kakashi, though?" Kurenai voiced her question. Will he just miss his student's fight like that? Not to mention that his other student is late. Asuma exhaled before answering. Knowing Kakashi, he will arrive late, just as usual. He'll probably drag Sasuke with him, but considering who the boy is, they will probably just let that slip. My eternal rival's flames of youth have extinguished over the years, Guy said solemnly, much to the surprise of the others. Quiet Guy was a rare occasion. They sweat dropped the next moment, though, when Guy returned to his old, loud self. I will challenge him later, so I can inflame his flames of youth. Hello, Kazekage Dano, Sarutobi said as he saw the Kazekage approach. I trust your journey was pleasant? Ah, Hokage Dano, the Kazekage replied with a bow. The journey was fine, I assure you. It is good that the exam is held here this time. The trip to Suna could be too much for your old bones. Sarutobi laughed lightly. Oh, there is still enough juice in these bones, don't you worry. I can still hold my own against many youngsters around the world. I am sure you could, Kazekage replied. But wouldn't it be better if you chose the Godame? The time for that should come soon, Sarutobi said with a chuckle before he stood up and faced the crowd. Thank you all for coming to Konoha's Chunin selection exam. I hope you will enjoy the matches and stay until the end. All right, stop yapping and listen, Gunma said and pulled out a sheet of paper. Since Dosu disappeared, Shikamaru will fight Temari in the final battle of the first round. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered at the prospect of having to fight another girl. Now all of you except Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji leave the arena, Gunma said, and the others quickly left. When the three were the only people in the arena, Gunma decided to relay the rules. The rules are the same as in the preliminaries. You fight until one of you dies or forfeits. If I determine that the match is over, I'll step in, is that clear? Receiving nods from the genin, he stood between them and raised his arm. Then, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji began. With that, Gunma jumped away from the two, staying away not to get hit by a stray jutsu, but still close enough to interfere if necessary. The two genin stood still, appraising each other silently. This was something that surprised Neji. He thought that Naruto would attack him with his usual loud fashion and dozen shadow clones. To see the usually loud genin stay still for more than few seconds was something rather weird. I am surprised that you can be so calm in front of the one who will defeat you, Neji taunted with a smirk. You should give up. Fate has decided that I will win this match. Really? Naruto asked with a hint of mocking in his tone. I guess I will have to show you that fate has nothing with this match. He then ripped his cloak of him and tossed it away. The crowd gasped as one when the cloak was removed. In the last month, Naruto improved not only in his skills, but in appearance as well. He had grown at least 5 inches over the month, and his hair grew longer. He completely ditched orange from his clothing, and now he wore black pants, taped over his ankles, and black sandals. He was also wearing black short-sleeved muscle shirt, along with black fingerless gloves and black elbow protectors. Shuriken pouch was strapped on his right thigh, and a kunai pouch was strapped on his hip. His forehead protector was strapped on his forehead, but he replaced the blue strap with black. All in all, most people in the crowd believed that the Yondaime was back from the dead. Ai, is that in Naruto? Sakura asked disbelievingly. He is hot, Ino said while drool trailed down her chin as she looked at Naruto's hard muscles. Pig, you're drooling, Sakura said, startling Ino and snapping her out of her fantasy. But she's right. He is hot. And Naruto-kun, so hot, Hinata thought, and a thin trail of blood trailed out of her nose. That's Naruto? Where's the orange? Kiba asked while looking at the blonde. He must have realized how bad that jumpsuit was, Sakura answered. Yosh, Lee suddenly exclaimed. Naruto-kun's flames of youth burn brightly. Guy-sensei, when I heal, I will challenge Naruto-kun for a youthful spar. That's right, Lee. I am sure your spar will be filled with youth. Guy replied loudly. Shut up, Guy. Anko, who's sitting by the other jonins, finally snapped. You're too old to talk about youth. Where's Kakashi, though? Asuma decided to voice almost everyone's question. I mean, this is his student's match after all. Who cares about him? Anko chimed in. Though his student is quite a hunk, she added with a sly grin. I wouldn't mind having a piece of him. Anko, Kurenai exclaimed from her side with a blush on her face. You're 10 years older than him. Anko waved her off. Come on, that doesn't matter at all, she said and smirked. Or maybe you want him all for yourself. Kurenai looked away to hide the blush that covered her face. I have no idea what you're talking about, she replied with a slight stutter. Her eyes then darted toward the blonde in the arena, and she had to admit to herself, he was hot. Sure you don't, Anko said with a sly grin. Something is different about him, though, Asuma said after a thorough examination of the blonde. What could that be, Asuma-kun? Guy asked. Seeing that the attention of all other genin and jonin was now on him, Asuma decided to elaborate. I don't know what really, but something about him just screams power. That look in his eyes shows that he is completely sure that he will win. There is no fear, no doubt. He's a completely different person than he was a month ago. Sakura looked at her teammate thoughtfully. Did Kakashi-sensei help him that much? A snort was heard from Anko. Yeah, right. He ditched the gaki the moment he asked for training. 3 Jonin senseis narrowed their eyes. What do you mean, Anko? I was there when it happened. Went to get some papers. Anyway, the gaki asked for training and Kakashi just ditched him to Ebisu so he could spend a month with his precious Uchiha, Anko answered with disdain. Other Jonin shared a look. It was not a secret that Ebisu hated Naruto for what he contained, and they really couldn't understand why would Kakashi ask him to train the boy. Kakashi wasn't a complete idiot, and he had to know something like that. That raised another question, though. So Ebisu trained him during the month? Kurenai asked disbelievingly. Anko shook her head with a chuckle. Nope, the kid flipped them off and left. Then who trained him? Asuma asked, slightly annoyed. I have no idea, Anko replied with a sheepish grin. I went to find him later to offer him some training, but he disappeared completely. I swept through the entire village, and I couldn't find him. Really? Asuma wondered as he looked back at Naruto. Well, we can ask him later. Now let's watch the match. Others nodded and looked back at the arena. They did wonder about one thing, though. How strong did Naruto get? Who is that boy, Hokage-sama? Kazekage asked as he looked at the confident genin. That's Uzumaki Naruto, one of our best genin, Sarutobi replied with a fond smile. I am curious how will he fight against a Hyuga, Kazekage said more to himself. Sarutobi only nodded in agreement. He could only wonder how much stronger did Naruto get in the last month. He still remembered when Danzo walked into his office and demanded to train the boy. Flashback. Sarutobi sat in his office, doing the only thing he hated, paperwork. The second exam just finished, and he barely made it to his office where a pile of paperwork eagerly waited for him. Stamping a paper after paper, he hoped for any sort of distraction and, luckily, something came up. A knock on the door was heard, and Sarutobi gratefully lifted his head and called the visitor in. When the visitor turned up to be Danzo, he really didn't know what to expect. What can I do for you today, Danzo? Sarutobi asked carefully. It's not every day that Danzo leaves his nest to visit him, so he allowed himself to be a little curious. Hiruzen, I want to train Uzumaki Naruto for the month before the third exam, Danzo answered emotionlessly. Sarutobi's eyes widened in surprise. Last time Danzo said that was when the QB was just sealed and he wanted to turn the boy into a weapon. Sarutobi shot that down without a second glance and put Naruto in the orphanage. After that, Danzo tried to get the boy for himself every few months for the first few years of Naruto's life, but later stopped completely. Sarutobi could only wonder what brought this on. Why would you want that? Sarutobi asked with a frown. Danzo replied almost instantly. Because the boy is too weak. Compared to the Jinchuriki of other nations, he is the worst. If he was a normal genin, his bad skills could be considered normal, but being a Jinchuriki, he has to be stronger. You want to train him in using the Kyuubi's chakra? Sarutobi asked with a raised eyebrow. Danzo shook his head. I will leave that to Jiraiya. I am not proficient in Fuinjutsu, so I don't want to mess with something I don't understand. Then why would you want to train him? Sarutobi asked. Especially now? There are 2 reasons for that. The first one is for the public. We don't want our Jinchuriki to appear weak. If that were to be found out by our enemies, they could attack us with their much stronger demon containers. Also, the Kazekage will attend the finals, and if the Ichibi container is stronger than Uzumaki, it will put a shame on our village, Danzo said with an even tone. Sarutobi considered the answer and found it quite sane. If they appeared weak, their enemies wouldn't hesitate to attack. The Jinchuriki was supposed to be strong, and Naruto wasn't stronger than a better genin. Sarutobi knew that Danzo could train Naruto to be very strong in a month, but was that the right choice? And the second reason? You know that there is some tension between Konoha and Suna? Receiving a nod, he continued. There is also Otoge here that should worry us. Kakashi said that the village is led by Orochimaru. The presence of both Suna's Jinchuriki and team of Oto Ninja is troubling. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. You mean invasion? Possibly, Danzo replied. That is the second reason why I want to train the boy. Against the Ichibi Jinchuriki, Naruto has the biggest chance to win, but only if he is strong enough. Sarutobi still wasn't entirely convinced. What about Kakashi? Wouldn't he want to train his student? Kakashi asked Ebisu to train him while he trained the Uchiha, and Naruto refused. Sarutobi frowned. You wouldn't try your mental conditioning on Naruto? I have no plans to make the boy one of my own. All I want is to train him for the good of Konoha, Danzo answered honestly. Sarutobi stayed silent for a moment before nodding. Very well, you may train him. Danzo nodded and turned around to leave, but stopped to say one more thing. Don't look for the boy, because you won't find him. You will see him in a month. With that, he exited the office, leaving Sarutobi to return to his greatest enemy. Flashback end. Show me how strong you are, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi thought as he looked at the boy. Fate has declared me a winner, Uzumaki. You may change your clothes, but you can never change destiny, Neji said. Naruto snorted. Fate doesn't exist, Neji, but if it did, it wouldn't favor someone like you, he replied and settled in his stance. Neji snarled and charged. I will make you pay for that. Naruto only smirked as he charged back. Neji didn't waste any time as he attacked Naruto. His Byakugan flared and the tips of his fingers were charged with chakra, ready to close Naruto's tenketsu with a mere touch. Among all that anger, Neji managed to somewhat calm himself and began to attack with more precision. Naruto, on the other hand, had no trouble in evading Neji's strikes. To his eye, they were much slower than some of the Root's operatives, and he could easily avoid them. He knew that if he was touched even once, the match could be lost for him. Stay still so I can hit you, Neji said in anger and continued his arm thrusts. Naruto leaned back to avoid a hit to the head and parried the second thrust to the chest before lashing out and kicking Neji in the stomach. Neji stumbled backwards and barely managed to raise his arms to block another kick from Naruto. Feeling the strength of the kick, Neji jumped backward in an effort to lessen the blow. How can you be so strong, damn it? Neji shouted in frustration as he looked at Naruto. Naruto seemed perfectly calm and not exhausted at all, which didn't spell good for Neji. The Hyuga was breathing slightly shallower, and his stance was slightly shaken from the damage received from the kicks. I trained, Neji, Naruto replied. For the last month I trained harder than I ever did before, and it paid off. You can't beat me, Neji. Not today. Neji narrowed his wide eyes and charged again. His arm thrusts became faster, and Naruto quickly found himself on the defensive. Each of Neji's strikes was directed to more important chakra points, and Naruto knew that if he were to get, it wouldn't be good. He dodged what he could and parried what he couldn't, all the while his eyes never leaving Neji's. Naruto decided that it was time to stop defending and lowered his body under Neji's thrust. Neji was caught off guard, and Naruto used that opportunity to give Neji a hard punch in the gut. The punch sent Neji back a few feet, and he fell on his knees, spitting some blood while holding his stomach. I can't believe this, Tintin said disbelievingly. How can he match Neji in taijutsu so easily? Guy smiled brightly. Naruto-kun's flames of youth shine brightly. Makes me wonder what kind of training he went through. Tintin nodded absent-mindedly in agreement. Guy was also curious how Naruto could easily match Neji's taijutsu prowess. He didn't train Neji in taijutsu since the boy trained in Hyuga's Jukin, but he did help him with training and knew that the boy was extremely good in taijutsu. Even though Neji didn't have Lee's speed, he could still beat him with his Byakugan. Having that dojutsu really helped in battle. The Gaki's good, Anko said with a big grin. He looks like he's not even trying. Other Jonin could only nod. Naruto really looked like an experienced fighter who went through many battles. He did actually, but they didn't know that. The genin in the audience could only watch in amazement how the dead last was wiping the floor with the Rookie of the Year. Considering how bad he was before, this was something akin to a miracle. How did Naruto become so strong? Sakura asked incredulously. He probably trained his ass off, Choji replied while munching on his chips. Do you think he's stronger than Sasuke-kun? Ino asked. Sakura whipped her head toward her ex-best friend. Shut up, pig. There is no way that Naruto is stronger than Sasuke-kun. I don't know, Sakura, Kiba decided to interrupt. If Naruto can match Neji, who is a year older than us, then he could probably match, if not beat, Sasuke. It's not over, Tintin suddenly said, making everyone look at her. Neji didn't even show his full power. Naruto won't stand a chance against Neji's most powerful techniques. They all looked back at the arena and wondered the same thing. Could Naruto actually beat Neji? I didn't think that the Hyuga would have so much trouble in this match, the Kazekage said. From what I've heard, the Uzumaki boy was dead last and one of the weakest genin in his generation. Well, Naruto-kun is pretty unpredictable, Sarutobi replied with a chuckle. I'm curious as to how the Uzumaki would fare against the Uchiha, Kazekage said while scratching his chin in thought. We might find out soon enough, Kazekage Dano, Sarutobi said while smiling at Naruto. Kazekage chuckled. Well, if the Uchiha doesn't show up, we probably won't. Sarutobi frowned at that. He had sent a team of Anbu to look for Kakashi and his student, but they still couldn't find them. He wasn't afraid that something happened to the boy. He was with Kakashi after all, and the one-eyed Jonin could take care of both of them. The Anbu team was sent mostly because the council wouldn't stop complaining, so Sarutobi decided to appease them and sent the team on the way. Then let's hope he does, Sarutobi said as they returned their attention towards the fight. Neji stumbled back on his feel while holding his stomach. That punch was one of the strongest he had ever received, not as strong as Guy's, but still very strong. He felt like his insides were mashed to a pulp and he was barely containing his breakfast. He snarled, seeing the confident smirk on Naruto's face. Neji knew that he had to buy himself some time, but he didn't know how. Why don't you give up, Neji? Naruto suddenly spoke. It's clear that you can't win today. Shut up, Uzumaki. Neji replied angrily. Fate has declared me the winner of this match, and you can't do anything about it. Fate controls everything. Who has talent? Who is worthless? Who becomes the Hokage? Fate has its fingers in everything. You are nobody, Uzumaki, a talentless orphan with foolish dreams. The title of Hokage was bestowed at birth by fate itself. Only selected few individuals could become the Hokage, and you aren't one of them. Naruto stayed silent, as if Neji's words somehow hurt him. He suddenly began chuckling. Does that mean that you could? Did fate declare you as the future Hokage, huh? You seem to be favored by fate a lot, so it wouldn't surprise me. Neji smirked. I'm a genius, Uzumaki, and certainly I could become a Hokage if I wanted to. The Hyuga clan is the most prestigious clan in Konoha, and my chances to become the Hokage are certainly bigger than yours. Even with that seal you bear? Naruto asked and tapped his forehead, making Neji gasp in shock. Do you really think that they would let a servant become a Hokage? Neji snarled in anger. How do you know about that? He asked angrily. Well, it's not really a big secret, Naruto said with a shrug. But I also know some other things. For example, how Hinata was kidnapped and your father paid for it. Also how you hate the main house, and how you unleash all your anger on Hinata, who never did anything to you. Neji stared at Naruto in slight shock, before snarling again. Then you see that you cannot defy fate, he exclaimed, and ripped his forehead protector of his forehead, showing the seal to the world. This seal was bestowed to me by fate. I can never get rid of it, and it will always follow me. The only way to lose it is to die. He paused as he strapped his protector back on. My father died to save the village, simply because he was a branch house member. Then he was a damn hero, Naruto said, surprising Neji. It was either war or Hayashi's body. Your father was the one that wanted to sacrifice himself for his brother. Everything else was just convenience. There is nothing heroic in dying for the main house. The simple fact is that his destiny was set the moment he was born, as was mine and as was yours. Fate has already carved our paths which we follow. We cannot defy it, only obey it. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Let me tell you a story then, he began. All my life, I was hated. Throughout my life, I was either in an alley, sleeping behind a dumpster, or beaten by the mobs. Throughout the academy, my growth was stunted. The teachers taught me wrongly and deliberately worsened my grades. If fate really controlled everything, I would have been a weakling like I was a month ago. Only I carved my own destiny. Did Naruto really have such a hard life? Sakura asked quietly. Yes, he did, Anko replied. And as his teammate, you should have noticed that already, she added. Anko looked sadly at Naruto. They had similar fates, and she could really relate to him. They were both marked with seals they didn't ask for and were hated because of them. Sakura meanwhile bowed her head in shame. Of course she had seen how the villagers treated Naruto, but she never cared. She was always fighting for Sasuke's attention and didn't care about anything else. Naruto had a hard life because of something he never had control over, Kurenai said, making everyone look at her. What was that, Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked timidly. Kurenai only shook her head. It's not my place to say. If you want to know, ask Naruto. Everyone looked back at Naruto as he continued to speak. Naruto sighed and shook his head. You said that no one can defy fate, right? Then why did you try to kill Hinata? As a branch house member, you were supposed to protect her, not hurt her. With that act alone, you tried to defy fate. Shut up, Uzumaki. Neji shouted. You know nothing. You could never understand what it's like to be burdened with a seal you could never rid yourself of. Yeah, I do, Naruto replied, shocking Neji. And now, I'm going to finish this, he added and disappeared in a blur. I won't let you. Neji shouted as he saw Naruto appear behind him. Naruto's fist was ready to strike, but Neji wouldn't allow him to complete the action. Hakushokaten, Neji exclaimed and started to spin while releasing huge amount of chakra out of his tenketsu. Naruto cursed as Neji was surrounded by a dome of spinning chakra. Maneuvering himself, he channeled great amount of chakra into his feet and propelled himself away from the dome. Looking up, he saw that Neji stopped spinning with a smirk on his face. You are within my field of divination, he said arrogantly and settled into a low stance. Hakurokuji Ansho. It's over, Tintin said with a smirk. What do you mean? Sakura asked, turning to look at the bun-haired girl. That is Neji's strongest technique. There is no defense against it, she said with finality. It's over for Uzumaki. I wouldn't count him out, Tintin. Guy suddenly spoke, making said girl turn toward him. Naruto-kun showed us how unpredictable he can be, he added with a big grin. Yosh, Naruto-kun is bursting with flames of youth. Lee exclaimed enthusiastically. I still can't believe that's the same Naruto, Ino said. He's so different. Gaki's great, Anko said with a grin. Fairy has nothing on him. Everyone looked at her in shock after hearing Neji's nickname. The silence was broken by Kiba's snickering. That was gold. I still can't believe that Kakashi missed his student's fight. He's practically breaking his own rule, Kurenai said with a frown, receiving nods from other jonin. There's nothing we can do about it, Asuma said with a shrug. Let's just watch the fight. It seems to be getting interesting. Everyone nodded and turned their attention back to the fight. Something told them that these last few moments would be decisive and they wouldn't want to miss them. It's over. Neji charged at Naruto with a smirk on his face. His arms raised slightly, prepared to lash out his strongest attack and close Naruto's tenketsu, effectively beating him. In his mind, there was no way he could lose. This technique was Neji's fastest, even Lee couldn't completely evade it. It was a great surprise for Neji when Naruto smirked, and that smirk promised pain. Suddenly, electricity began to randomly spark through Naruto's arms before they were completely engulfed in lightning. Blue-colored electricity coursed through his muscles, effectively stimulating his nervous system and allowing his arms to move faster. The speed of his arms was now much faster than Neji's. Neji thrust his arm forward, prepared to hit Naruto's first tenketsu, but was greatly surprised when Naruto's lightning-covered arm shot up and blocked the thrust. Not letting it get to him, Neji raised his other arm and thrust it at Naruto, but it was blocked again with Naruto's free arm. He can match my speed when I'm using this technique, Neji thought to himself as Naruto blocked another set of thrusts. It was getting increasingly bad for Neji. If he didn't get a hit on Naruto, he may very well lose this fight. While the chakra covering his fingertips prevented him from being shocked by electricity, the sheer speed of his arm movements, combined with the strain of the match, was getting to him. He had great stamina for a genin, but even he had his limits. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't have those problems. Being a stamina freak as he was really helped in these kinds of situations. Even with the constant usage of lightning chakra, which increased the speed of his arms and protected him from Neji's chakra, he was barely winded. He could go for hours like this, and that was something bad for Neji. As Neji neared his final few thrusts, he desperately increased his speed. The muscles in his arms strained under the pressure and began to convulse as his thrusts became slightly faster. He had to get at least one hit on the blonde, or he was done for. Unharmed Naruto was bad business for Neji. Now it's over, Naruto said as he blocked Neji's final thrust and slammed the palm of his free arm directly at Neji's chest. Raitun, Shogeki Mahi no Jutsu. Neji let out a small scream as the electricity coursed through his body before falling on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Naruto in pure shock and fear. What did you do to me? Naruto grinned. You like it? He asked and stopped the flow of lightning chakra in his arms. This is one of my special techniques. I channel lightning chakra through my arms, which speeds up my arms and serves as a shield from your attacks. The jutsu I used on you channels electricity through your body, effectively paralyzing you. He then looked at his arms that were slightly immobile. I haven't mastered it yet though, and it leaves my arms slightly numb for a while. Neji's eyes widened. How could he have been defeated by something so simple? He tried to move, but couldn't, as if his body was no longer under the control of his mind. He knew it was over, but didn't want to acknowledge it because if he did, then Naruto would prove him right. And he didn't want someone like the Uzumaki prove him right. You lose, Neji, Naruto said with finality. Do you see now? Do you see that there is no fate? If there were, I would be a loser for the rest of my life, destined to suffer from the hate of the others, but I rose above it. I was offered a chance and I took it. I trained hard, and now I'm stronger than you. He then turned to the proctor. Gama-san, it's over. Gama nodded. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. He announced to the shocked crowd. The crowd was stunned in silence. They had just seen the rookie of the year, the genius of Hyuga clan, the best Juken user of his generation, getting beat up by a dead last. Those that placed bets on Neji were even more shocked than the others, and there were a lot of them. But hey, silence had to be broken, and it was when Guy began to clap. Soon some of the other Jonin joined as well, and soon most of the stadium was clapping. There were still those that spew hateful comments at Naruto, but he didn't notice them. Naruto looked at the crowd with a mild surprise. This was the first sign of recognition he had ever received, and he honestly didn't know how to deal with it. He expected them all to stand up and insult him for hurting the Hyuga. But this was something completely new. He looked away from the crowd and walked toward the entrance that would lead him toward the competitor box, where he was greeted by Shikamaru and Shino. Hey, man, how did you do that? Shikamaru asked with raised eyebrows. I trained, was Naruto's reply before he sat down in silence. The other two Konoha Genin looked at each other before looking at Naruto, who was leaning on the wall with his eyes closed. He really was unpredictable. He won, Tintin gasped out among all the clapping. Yosh, Naruto-kun showed that hard workers can defeat geniuses. Lee exclaimed, now I will train even harder so I can challenge Naruto-kun for a spar. I can't believe it, Sakura said incredulously. See, could he be stronger than Sasuke-kun? Ino suddenly asked, making Sakura turn and look at her. No way. Sasuke-kun was always stronger than Naruto, and with the training from Kakashi-sensei, he's probably even stronger. I don't think that anything Kakashi taught Sasuke would be enough against Naruto, Asuma said, gaining the attention of the others. What do you mean? Kurenai asked, confused. The move Naruto used before he shocked Neji was easily Jonin level. To have such control of elemental chakra takes some hard training. The fact that he used such complex form of nature manipulation is astounding itself. Asuma replied, shocking the others. If he can do something as difficult as that, who knows what else he can do? That Gaki's really something, Anko said quietly, receiving a nod from Kurenai. Other Genin stayed silent after hearing this. How strong Naruto really was. Next match will now begin, Gama said, quieting the cheering of the crowd. Would Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara come down? Gaara was enveloped in sand as he suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Gunma. He turned toward the crowd, eagerly expecting his future victim to arrive. His sand was twitching in excitement at having to fight someone as strong as Sasuke. The Uchiha was someone worthy for proving his existence. So it wasn't strange when his anger rose as Sasuke still didn't show up. Uchiha Sasuke, please come down to the arena, Gunma said again, but received no reply. Sighing, he looked at the Hokage for instructions. Were it anyone else, Gunma would immediately disqualify them. But since it was an Uchiha, he didn't want to get himself some crap from the council. Gunma saw Hokage in deep thought, before he whispered something to a guard on his side. The man then jumped from the balcony and walked toward Gunma. Uchiha Sasuke is to be disqualified, the man said. Are you sure, Reito? Not that I care, but the crowd will be pissed, Gunma replied, surprised at the Hokage's quick decision. Reito nodded. Hokage's orders, he said with a shrug. Gunma shrugged as well. He was actually glad that the Uchiha brat would be disqualified. Sasuke was pain in the ass for everyone, and this was the last straw. For not showing up on time, Uchiha Sasuke is hereby disqualified. The crowd roared in disapproval. Most of them came here today just to watch Sasuke's fight, and now that he was disqualified, they really didn't have a reason to stay. Some outright stood up and left the stands. Others, though, stayed because they saw the first fight and saw how amazing Naruto's prowess was, which persuaded them to stay on their seats. If the Uzumaki fought Gaara, who was notorious throughout the nations, the fight would surely be interesting. On the Jinin side of the stands, things weren't going so well. Sakura and Ino were literally on an uproar when they heard the latest decision. In their minds, no one could disqualify their Sasuke-kun. How dare they disqualify Sasuke-kun? Sakura shouted. Ino also opened her mouth to shout some gibberish, but Asuma's firm voice stopped her in her tracks. Sasuke doesn't deserve to be promoted. His lateness just proves how arrogant he is, and that is something a Chunin must not have. If a person like him were to lead a team behind him, it would surely be disastrous. That being said, shut up and respect your Hokage's decisions. Ino shivered slightly. She had never seen Asuma so angry. That one time when they were attacked by a group of bandits on their first C-rank mission, he was slightly angry, but still it was nothing like this. The seriousness on his face told her how mad he would be if she vocally supported Sakura. Lowering her head in defeat, she turned back to Arena in silence. What do you mean? Sasuke-kun is strong enough to be a Chunin, Sakura said, not noticing Asuma's serious expression or Ino's subtle nudges that urged her to stop talking. A Chunin doesn't need to be strong, Pinky, Anko suddenly said, but her voice held none of the cheerfulness from before. She was dead serious, and that scared Sakura. A Chunin needs to be able to lead his team and keep them out of danger. He would often have to risk his ass to save others. He must not be arrogant like that little prick and think that he can defeat anyone with a strange pair of eyes and a name on his registration list. Sakura shut up after hearing this. She knew this was all true, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any argument for it. Silently, she also turned toward the arena. She could only wonder what happened to Sasuke and Kakashi. My eternal rival and his student are really unyouthful, Guy said, surprisingly quietly and seriously. Other jonin, despite themselves, nodded in agreement. Soon their attention was turned back to Gunma, waiting for the beginning of the next match. Hokage Dano, you should have given him some more time. I'm sure the boy would appear eventually, the Kazekage spoke. He failed to show up, and the only solution was disqualification. I will not show favoritism toward any of my genin, whether they were from clans or not, Sarutobi said with a voice of finality. Why do you want to see Sasuke and fight anyway? The Kazekage carefully chose his next words. I want to see my son measure up against the last Uchiha. They say that the boy is strong, and I want to see that strength measured up against my son's. Sarutobi frowned inwardly. I assure you that Naruto-kun is strong as well, and he will be more than enough for your son to test himself. The Kazekage frowned under his hat. Damn it, this will really set some of my plans back, the man thought before turning toward the Hokage, his frown hidden underneath his hat. The crowd's roars didn't falter in the least until Gunma released a good amount of killing intent that froze the civilians in their tracks. They were making the most noise, so when he canceled the intent, the crowd was silent. Coughing to regain his composure, he continued. As I said, Uchiha Sasuke is disqualified and Gaara moves on to the next round. The civilians stayed silent as Gaara turned around and began walking toward the competitor's box. His hand was twitching angrily as his next victim wasn't here. Only thing that prevented him from losing control and killing everybody was the match he would fight next. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto was worthy enough for Gaara to prove his existence. Now, the next match will be between Aburame Shino and Kankuro, Gunma announced, but before he could continue, someone interrupted. Proctor, I forfeit. Kankuro's yell was followed by a confused look on Genma's face and crowd's roar of disapproval. First they couldn't see their Uchiha fight, and now this one gives up. Naruto, though, understood why he gave up. The invasion would start soon, and if he tired himself out, he would be useless. Even worse if his puppets broke down. All that didn't matter, though. If he faced Naruto when the invasion starts, he would lose no matter what. Are you sure? Gunma asked, receiving a nod from the puppet user. Very well. Winner by default, Aburame Shino. The crowd voiced its disapproval again. It was getting quite boring for them since, after the first match, they couldn't see their personal hero in action and the next match ended with forfeit. Luckily for them, the next match would start soon and the contestants wouldn't forfeit now. The next match between Nara Shikamaru and Temari will begin now, Gunma announced to the crowd. Would the contestants come down, please? Temari opened her fan and sent a gust of wind over the arena. Elegantly, she jumped on the fan and glided on the winds toward the center of the arena. Shikamaru, on the other hand, wasn't so thrilled about fighting and was contemplating whether or not to give up. His answer, though, was voiced by Naruto. If you give up now, you'll be chewed out by not only Ino, but your mother as well. And there it was. The only reason Shikamaru was here. He really didn't care about the promotion at all. It came with too many troublesome assignments. He was sure that he would have even less time for his cloud gazing. But to face his mother and Ino if he have up, he didn't want that to his worst enemy. Somehow, the promotion didn't sound so troublesome anymore. Troublesome, he muttered and dragged through the halls toward the arena. Few minutes later, much to the ire of almost everyone, he stood in front of Temari. Both of you ready? Ganma asked and received 2 nods. Then begin. 30 minutes later. I give up, Shikamaru voiced out and released his opponent from his shadows. What the hell? Temari yelled. You had me there. Why the hell are you giving up? Shikamaru sighed. I had only enough chakra to hold you still for few more seconds, in which I couldn't really do anything. Plus, it's too troublesome to keep on fighting. Temari nodded dumbly. She was still angry that he gave up like that, but after hearing his reasoning, she understood. The two turned toward Ganma, who announced the results. Winner, Temari. So unmotivated, Ino muttered and palmed her forehead. That's just how he is, Asuma added with a chuckle. Yeah, the brat is lazy, Anko butted in, annoyed. Now shut up, the next match is about to start. Do you think that Naruto can win? Sakura asked. Anko snorted. He better. I put half of my savings on him. Kurenai chuckled at that. You're really that sure he'll win? Anko flashed her a grin. You bet. Next match will begin now. Would Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara come down? Ganma announced to the crowd. Gaara disappeared in his usual sand shunshin and reappeared next to Ganma. He had a manic smirk on his face and his eyes were hungry for blood, Naruto's blood. His sand twitched in excitement at the battle he was about to have. He never felt so excited in his life, not even when he found out he would fight Sasuke. Naruto calmly walked out of the box toward the proctor and stood still, waiting for the match to start. He could smell the bloodlust coming from his opponent, and the killing intent he was spilling toward him wasn't so unnoticeable. But Naruto was completely unaffected by it. What he has been through until now made sure of that. He looked toward Ganma and gave him a slight nod, signifying that he was ready. Then, Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara, Ganma began with a raised arm. Beg. Sudden whirl of wind and leaves interrupted Jinma's speech and received frowns from both Naruto and Gaara. As the whirlwind settled down, two figures could be seen standing back to back, like everything is all right in the world. Sasuke, with his arrogant smirk as always, changed his attire, while Kakashi looked the same as always. Yo, sorry we're late, he said with a carefree voice. He then looked around and saw both Gaara and Naruto standing there. Naruto, is that you? Yes, it's me, Kakashi, Naruto replied emotionlessly. Kakashi was surprised by Naruto's tone, but decided to ignore it. So, are we on time for Sasuke's match? Your student has been disqualified for being late, Kakashi, Ganma said, making his only visible eye go wide. What? You can't do that, Sasuke shouted, but it fell on deaf ears. Kakashi's ignored his student's outburst as he concentrated on Naruto. So, you defeated Neji? Naruto nodded. Yes, I did. Now would you please leave? You are in the way of our fight. Shut up, dope, Sasuke shouted and prepared to charge at the blonde, but a firm hand on his shoulder stopped him. Calm down, Sasuke, Kakashi told him, before turning to Naruto and gave him an eye smile. Congratulations on your win, Naruto. The nod he received back was discouraging. I admit that you're stronger than before, but you're not ready to face Gaara. Since this was supposed to be Sasuke's match, maybe we can get Hokage to switch you with Sasuke. Naruto's narrowed eyes and killing intent he sent toward his sensei told the man what the blonde was thinking about that. You don't know anything, Kakashi. Now get the fuck of the field. You're in the way of my match. Kakashi was appalled by the amount of venom that laced Naruto's words, but didn't allow it to discourage it. Naruto, as your sensei. You are not my sensei, Naruto cut in. And you have no right to call yourself that if you only taught Sasuke anything. Your student was late and got disqualified, losing his right to fight for the position of Chunin. There is nothing you can do, Kakashi. Shut up, loser. Sasuke decided to make his presence known, again. In the last Uchiha, and I have the right to fight today? Sasuke, get off the field before I make you, Naruto said coldly. With that, Sasuke lost all his reasoning and charged at Naruto. What he didn't expect was Naruto spinning on his left heel and sending his right foot straight to the side of Sasuke's head. The kick was so strong that it sent Sasuke sailing over the arena before he crashed into a wall and fell on the ground, unconscious. Kakashi looked in shock at the display of effective strength that his loser student just showed. If Naruto could knock out Sasuke in one hit, what else could he do? His musings were cut short when Naruto spoke again. Pick up that thrash and leave, he said coldly. Kakashi could only wordlessly comply considering how shocked he was. He quickly rushed over to Sasuke's side and picked him up, taking him to the infirmary. He was sure that the bruise on Sasuke's ego would swell greatly. He could only hope that he wouldn't do anything rash. As they left, Naruto turned toward the two other people in the arena. Shall we begin? At Gaara's nod, Gunma raised his arm and prepared to announce. Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara, begin. The crowd watched with bated breath as the two genin stared at each other. Those that heard and saw what Gaara could do knew that he was strong. He was a genin in rank only. His skill was far better. Combine that with what they saw Naruto do against Neji, they knew that this would be an amazing match. Meanwhile, Naruto was going through various strategies in his mind. He knew that only greater speed would allow him to engage Gaara in close combat, speed that he had. He was certain that he was as fast, if not faster, than Rock Lee without his weights. The only problem was that if he was caught by Gaara's sand, he could be crushed instantly. Ninjutsu it is, then, but which one? Naruto knew only two elements that were superior to Gaara's sand, water and lightning. He didn't know any water techniques, and he regretted that right now. That was actually the best element for this match, since he would only have to cover Gaara's sand with water, and all his sand would be useless. Lightning, though, he had, and he was glad for that. His lightning techniques would easily penetrate Gaara's sand because of its earth element attribute. He didn't know how far his lightning techniques could help him against Gaara, but there was only one way to find out. Not wasting any more time, Naruto created 5 shadow clones and sent them at Gaara. Each clone seemingly charged in recklessly to their deaths, but there was something underneath all of that. The clones had only one purpose, to see what Gaara could do. Shadow clones, besides training and spying purposes, were also great for making strategies on the spot. If you sent them at your enemy, they would send you information about your opponent's fighting style. With such information, you could easily think of a good plan to defeat your opponent. It wasn't long before the memories of his clones returned to him. Reviewing them, he noticed that they were killed rather gruesomely, which made him wince. He was surely glad that he had his trusty clones up front. The info they brought back, though, was very useful. Confirming his suspicions from the preliminaries, Gaara didn't move even when his clones managed to somehow bypass his automatic defense. This proved that Gaara didn't have any taijutsu experience and that he solely relied on his sand. His control over sand was very good, though, and he could use it effectively without moving a muscle. Still, if Naruto passed through his sand, Gaara was finished. Why did Naruto-kun send his clones, but didn't attack after them? Lee questioned his sensei. The bright grin on his mentor's face told him that the reason was really good. That was a part of Naruto-kun's youthful strategy. You see, a shadow clone when dispelled sends the information he received back to the original. Naruto-kun used that advantage to figure out Gaara-kun's style of fighting and come up with a plan. Lee's widened eyes filled with fire and his fists clenched. Sugoi, Naruto-kun's flames of youth burned brightly while facing such fearsome opponent. What a diamond in the rough you had, and you just ditched him, Kakashi. Anko spoke suddenly, making everyone look at her. Sure enough, they saw Kakashi standing there looking at the two genin fight. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed upon seeing him. Where is Sasuke-kun? Sasuke is in the hospital, Kakashi replied with a sigh. It seems that Naruto's kick gave him a concussion and his nose was broken. Sakura gasped after hearing this and sent an angry glare toward Naruto. She was about to say something, but stopped when she heard someone snicker. Turning around, she saw Anko holding her hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh too much. Is there something funny, Anko? Kakashi asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, there is, actually, she said, still trying to hold in her laughter. It's funny how the dead last kicked asses of 2 rookies of the year in a day, one of them with a single kick no less. And what's so funny about that? He asked, his eyes still narrowed. It's funny because you wanted Sasuke to fight against Gaara because, as you said it yourself, Naruto wasn't ready to face him, Asuma said with a smirk. And the Gaki totally kicked his ass, Anko exclaimed with a fist raised in the air. I never thought the weak should replace the strong ones in a fight. Sasuke-kun isn't weak. Both Sakura and Ino exclaimed at the same time. Compared to the cutie down there, he is, Anko said with a bored look. Well, you chose wrong in regarding which student of yours is better, Asuma said, making others nod. Kakashi said nothing, but merely stared at the two genin, or more precisely, at Naruto. How strong had he gotten? Who trained him? A lot of questions coursed through his brain, making it difficult to concentrate on the fight. One question, though, was louder than others. Minato-sensei, would you be disappointed of my choices? Let's try this one, Naruto thought to himself as he charged at Gaara and began a hand-seal sequence. Kaze no Yaiba. Several blades of wind formed around Naruto and flew straight at Gaara. Even though they were almost invisible, Gaara's sand still raised in defense to block the blades. Naruto expected that, so he put more chakra than necessary while creating the blades, thus increasing their propulsion speed. As the blades reached Gaara, they struck the sand, and, much to Gaara's surprise, they passed right through it. The attack broke down Gaara's defense and left several cuts on Gaara himself. Naruto didn't waste a moment and continued his charge, with a plan in his mind. As soon he saw the sand around Gaara crumble, he did few more hand seals and charged his right hand with lightning chakra. Nearing Gaara, he thrust his right arm forward and slammed it into Gaara's chest. Raitun, Shogeki Mahi no Jutsu. The result of Gaara falling down paralyzed, what Naruto expected, did not happen. As soon as Naruto sent his lightning chakra into Gaara's body, the red head crumbled into sand, leaving Naruto standing alone in the clearing. Fucking clone, Naruto muttered to himself and began to look around for his opponent. Only his well-honed senses allowed him to jump away from his current position, lest he be crushed by sand. You are the second person that managed to pass through my defense, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara's monotone voice resounded throughout the clearing. You are worthy for me to prove my existence. Mother will feast on your blood today. Naruto finally spotted Gaara, who was standing at the edge of the arena, with his hands in the air. The ground shook slightly, and Naruto could feel chakra coursing through it. Suddenly, a wave of sand began to rise in front of Gaara, something that Naruto didn't expect. Oh shit, Naruto muttered as the sand began to climb over him. It's over. Gaara shouted maniacally with a bloodthirsty grin on his face and slammed his hands on the ground. The sand that was above Naruto dropped down loudly, covering the entire arena. Gaara wasn't over though, and the sand condensed as he uttered two words. Sabaka Taiso. Everything went silent as Gaara slowly rose with a manic grin on his face. In no way, Sakura muttered. Is he dead? Hiba asked with a tinge of fear in his voice. No, Naruto-kun can't be dead, Hinata though to herself, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. The Jonin watched the sand with wide eyes. They didn't know how to react, or could they help the blonde who was currently under all that sand. Kurenai held a hand over her mouth while Anko clutched her trench coat. He can't be dead, Anko exclaimed suddenly. That's the Gaki, the unpredictable brat who painted the monument in broad daylight. I sure hope you're right, Anko, Asuma said quietly, his eyes never leaving the field. Suddenly, a surge of chakra was felt by everyone, and the sand on the field began to vibrate. Everyone looked hopefully, wishing that Naruto would just jump out of the sand. At the spot where Naruto was standing before the sand crushed him, the sand began to swirl inward and sink before a figure jumped out. Gasps of relief were heard as Naruto landed on the sand, completely unscathed. The fight was still on. Man, that was close, Naruto said before stretching himself. How? Gaara asked, his grin turning into an angry snarl. You couldn't have possibly survived that. I'm resourceful, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Good thing I managed to time my release with Gaara's attack. If I sent my lightning chakra at the wrong moment, I'd be crushed. The snarl on Gaara's face only intensified when he heard Naruto's response. Nobody ever managed to survive this attack. Rock Lee was lucky that his sensei jumped in and saved him, otherwise he would be crushed as well. He raised his arm to send his sand at Naruto, but the shook of the blonde's head stopped him. I won't let you do that anymore, Naruto said, and Gaara's eyes widened. Lightning coursed through Gaara's body, burning his skin under that sand armor. as a second Naruto emerged from the ground behind him and used his Shogeki Mahi to attack him. Gaara couldn't believe it. First, he survives his strongest attack, and now he gets behind him without Gaara noticing. It was frightening to say the truth. Gaara never got hurt. He always had his sand for protection, and now he gets hit by a jutsu that rendered him useless in a single moment. A blood-curdling scream of anguish escaped his throat as the electricity burned his skin. Naruto didn't let up his attack for 30 seconds, long enough for him to completely neutralize Gaara. Ignoring his screaming, Naruto increased the amount of chakra, thus increasing the intensity of electricity, burning Gaara even more. Finally, after what seemed like eternity for the redhead, Naruto pulled back, letting Gaara to slump on the ground, unable to move. "It's over," Naruto said to the proctor who jumped by them with an amazed look on his face. Gamon nodded mutely and turned to the crowd to announce the winner. "The winner is Yuzu." "No," Gaara interrupted him with a loud shout. "You will not take this away from me. I will prove my existence." As he said that, dark chakra began to seep out of him, coiling around him like a snake around its prey. The sand from the field began to stick to Gaara's body, turning him into some sort of a monster. The grin on the redhead's face did nothing to refute that claim. "Mother will have your blood, Uzumaki." An explosion was heard at the top of the Hokage's box, and shouts of anger sounded from the stands. Naruto didn't get a moment to gather up his thoughts as Gaara began to attack him angrily. So the invasion begins. Great, Naruto thought as he began to evade Gaara's attacks. Screams of fear were heard all across the stands as both Oto and Suna Ninja began to appear. No one noticed them under their transformations, and they had perfect chance to get a drop on the unsuspecting Konoha ninja. Several weaker ninja fell immediately, but as the confusion wore off, the retaliation began. Asuma blocked a kunai swipe from an Oto ninja before using his second trench knife to cut his throat. "What the hell is happening?" he screamed out as two more Oto ninja attacked him. "We're under attack," Kakashi yelled as he stood back to back with Guy while they fought off Suna ninja that attacked them. "Seems like they used the Chunin Exams as a cover to invade us." "So unyouthful," Guy screamed as he kicked two ninja away. "It's pretty obvious what's happening, so shut the hell up and fight," Anko yelled as SE used her snakes. Near her, Kurenai used her Genjutsu to disable the enemy as much as possible and giving Anko more openings. It didn't take long for the experienced Jonin to clear out their portion of the stance. Seeing that the enemy around them was defeated, they regrouped around their students. "All right, listen up," Kakashi began, his voice completely serious. "I will say this only once, so listen carefully. You kids will be in charge of leading the civilians to safety." "What?" Kiba shouted. "Why can't we stay and fight?" "Because we are fighting already," Asuma replied. "And we need someone to get the civilians to safety. Ino, Choji take the left, Hinata and Kiba will take the right, while Sakura and Tenten help here. Lee, you're to get to safety with the civilians, all right?" Lee nodded, somewhat reluctantly, but a look on his guy's face reassured him. The other Jonin also nodded, and they spread out to begin helping civilians. Now alone, the Jonin looked at each other and nodded, knowing full well what they needed to do. Up above the Hokage's stands, a giant purple barrier formed with 4 Oto ninja at each corner being the creators. Inside, the Kazekage held Sarutobi with a kunai to his neck, yet the old Sarutobi wasn't afraid at all. "What is the meaning of this, Kazekage?" Sarutobi asked calmly, although seething slightly inside. He couldn't lose his temper now, though. "Oh, I'm sure you know what's going right now, Hokage Dano. Or should I say, Sarutobi-sensei," the Kazekage replied, his voice changing towards the end. "Orochimaru," Sarutobi noted, not really surprised. Danzo was correct after all. Why am I not surprised that the snake is behind this? Ku, it's marvelous though," Orochimaru replied as he ripped of the mask of his face along with the fake skin to reveal himself. Pale skin and slitted yellow eyes that many knew and feared. "Look at all destruction that spreads around. With only a few words I managed this." Sarutobi looked around and saw what his former student meant. Everyone was fighting, and in the distance he could see 3 giant snakes destroying the village walls. It was almost terrifying how everything went to hell in mere moments. "So you're after my head then, I guess," Sarutobi said. "Precisely," Orochimaru said with a sick grin before he jumped back to avoid a kick. His sensei was now standing in a stance wearing his battle armor. Ku, it won't be as easy as I thought, right, old man?" I will do what I should have done all those years ago, my old student. I will end your life today, Sarutobi said with finality as he stared his student down. I better call in for reinforcements then, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Making several hand seals, he slammed his hands into the ground. Kuchios, Edo Tensei. One by one, 3 coffins began to rise out of the ground. As 2 were fully out, Sarutobi sent a barrage of shuriken to stop the third one. The 2 coffins suddenly opened and 2 figures stepped out. No. Sarutobi gasped as he looked at the 2. Ku say hello to your predecessors, Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru said with a smirk as he motioned at the 2. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama stood in their full, dead glory as they looked around. Only real evidence that they weren't really alive were the cracks across their faces and black scare in their eyes. So someone finished this technique, Tobirama said gruffly. I told you not to create this technique, little bro, Hashirama replied with a whine. See what happened now? Shut up, Hashirama, Night-Aim said, annoyed. Hashirama-sensei, Tobirama-sensei, Sarutobi said quietly. I really hoped we wouldn't have to meet again like this. The 2 heard him and looked at him. Sarukuin, is that you? Hashirama asked with a grin. Man, you grew old. Before Sarutobi could reply, Orochimaru slipped 2 kunai with strange notes attached into the necks of the dead Hokages. The blades sunk into their necks as Orochimaru smirked. I will not be the one to kill you today, sensei. They will. You despicable monster, Sarutobi growled. Orochimaru only smirked as he sent his puppets to attack. As the confusion and panic spread across the village, Naruto could only stare in shock at the grotesque sight in front of him. Standing taller than before, Gaara's physical appearance was upgraded with a pair of huge sand arms. He also had a huge sand tail on his back. He looked like some kind of a monster, and the bloodthirsty grin on his face didn't calm Naruto at all. I will have your blood, Uzumaki. Gaara screamed out as he lunged at Naruto, who barely had time to evade, not expecting Gaara's increase of speed. Jumping back, the blonde sent several wind blades at his opponent, which did nothing more than enrage him further. So that's the power of the Ichibi, Naruto thought to himself as he avoided Gaara's arm thrust. Stay still so I can kill you, Gaara screamed, attacking again, but he missed. No can do, Naruto replied before sending a barrage of shuriken at Gaara. The shuriken were blocked as Gaara raised one of his huge arms to intercept them. Why don't you just calm down and let's talk about this? Gaara ignored the joking question as he lunged at Naruto again. However, he found himself unable to move. Looking back with a growl, he saw Shikamaru holding him back with his shadow. Before he could even think of breaking free, a swarm of insects covered his body. Naruto, you okay? Shikamaru asked, straining to hold Gaara as Shino appeared beside him. Shikamaru? Shino? Naruto asked in confusion as he saw the 2. What the hell are you doing here? Get away before you get hurt. Shikamaru shook his head. We came to help you, you idiot. You can't fight this monster alone. God damn it, Shikamaru. He's too dangerous for you. Get out before you. His speech was interrupted when a gust of sharp wind passed through. He managed to jump away, but he soon had to block a blade with a kunai. What the hell? Expecting a person, he was confused to see a wooden puppet in front of him. He raised his leg for a kick. The puppet suddenly backed away. Following its movements with his eyes, he saw it stand back beside Kankuro and Temari. 3-on-1 doesn't seem so fair now, Kankuro said with a smirk. Damn, Naruto growled. Shikamaru, Shino, deal with them and leave Gaara to me. Shikamaru didn't like it, but Naruto had a point. They couldn't focus on Gaara with the 2 new arrivals on the scene. Fine, but don't get yourself killed. Yeah, Naruto waved him off as Shikamaru released his shadow. Just make sure to fight away from here. This is going to get ugly. Shikamaru and Shino looked at their opponents and nodded. The Suna siblings didn't like it, but they knew that Gaara wouldn't hesitate to attack them. The 4 soon filed out of the arena, looking for a safer place to fight. Now that he was alone with Gaara again, Naruto prepared himself for the fight. Gaara was still covered by insects, but they began to die one by one from the corrosive chakra. Soon they were all dead, dropping on the ground and revealing Gaara again. He looked the same as before, only now his legs were encompassed in sand. The manic grin was still on his face, and he began to drool slightly. You're dead, Uzumaki, Gaara said with a growly voice. Mother will enjoy your blood. Naruto frowned. Gaara seemed to be getting stronger with every moment that passed. If he didn't stop him soon, he would turn into full-formed Shukaku, and it would be even more difficult to defeat him. Sending chakra to his glove, he activated a storage seal inscribed in it, and a sheathed sword appeared in his hand. Unsheathing the sword, he held it tightly in his right hand while the sheath was in his left in reverse grip. The sword was a standard Umbu Ninjato with a black sheath. "Let's dance," he said, and channeled lightning chakra in his blade as they charged at each other. Naruto was faster than Gaara, which was evident when he ducked under Gaara's huge arms and with a spin, cut one off. Gaara screamed and swung his other arm at the blonde, but Naruto used the sheath to swipe it aside as he cut it off as well. Now that his opponent was armless, Naruto went in for the kill, only to be knocked back by the tail on Gaara's back. Slightly surprised at the unexpected move, Naruto managed to right himself in the air before dropping on the ground in a crouch. His body hurt from the hit, but it wasn't anything that would last. "You will prove my existence," Gaara screamed as his chakra spiked. More sand enveloped his body, and soon he looked like a miniature version of the Ichibi. The monster snarled and attacked the blonde again, with more speed and ferocity. Naruto began to avoid Gaara's attacks. They weren't precise, but they were fast and ferocious, and if a single one hit, it would spell trouble for the blonde. Finding an opening, Naruto batted one of Gaara's arms with his sheath and thrust his sword into Gaara's chest. The mini Shukaku screamed in anguish as Naruto rotated the blade in his chest for good measure. The blonde prepared to pull the blade out, but he had to let it go and jump away before he was crushed. With the blonde away, Gaara pulled the sword out of his chest and snapped it in two before tossing it away with a snarl. Frowning as he saw his sword being broken, Naruto tossed the sheath away as he considered his next move. With his only weapon broken, he had to use ninjutsu until the end. Gaara's thick sand would render his kunai and shuriken useless even if he charged them with wind chakra. His musings were cut short, however, when a barrage of sand shuriken began to fly toward him. He quickly jumped away, but the barrage didn't stop. As he dodged the shuriken, his hands flew through hand seals. Futon, Daitapa, a strong gust of wind flew out of Naruto's mouth at the shuriken, stopping them and sending them back towards Gaara. Wasting no time as he saw Gaara cover his face, Naruto flew through hand seals again as his hands became encompassed with wind chakra, forming two sharp blades. Futon, Kazakiri. With a swipe of his arms, Naruto cut both Gaara's arms off again before spinning around and slamming both of his hands in Gaara's chest. Gaara screamed in pain as blood began to seep through the wounds. Naruto didn't let his hands leave the redhead as he channeled lightning chakra through them. Gaara's gurgling screams became even louder as the lightning spread through his body. Using last ounces of his strength, Gaara moved his tail behind Naruto, wrapping it around the blonde and throwing him away. As Naruto hit the arena wall, Gaara's chakra spiked again. "He'll kill you, Uzumaki," Gaara screamed as form began to increase in size. Soon he was taller than the arena itself and almost as wide. Gaara screamed to the heavens as his body emerged out of Shukaku's head, his eyes filled with madness. "This is the end. Tanakunairi no Jutsu." Gaara's form slumped as if he was knocked out, and Shukaku's eyes gained life. "I'm finally free, ha!" The giant Biju screamed. "I will kill you all." Naruto could only gulp as he gazed at the towering form of Shukaku. "Oh fuck." All around the village, the battle stopped for a moment as all heads turned towards the giant beast in the arena. Everyone shook slightly in fear as the venomous chakra could be felt, but the invading forces soon began to retaliate even stronger now that they saw their trump card activated. Jiraiya frowned as he stood atop his giant toad, fighting against the snakes. He needed to clean this up fast so he could stop Shukaku from destroying the village. He was the only one with enough Fuinjutsu knowledge to stop a Biju. "Jiraiya-sama," the Shukaku broke free. Ibiki yelled from the ground. "I can see that," Jiraiya yelled back. "I have to stop the snakes first before I can do anything about the Tanuki." Ibiki nodded and sent his men to better aid Jiraiya. "Ku. Orochimaru chuckled as he saw Shukaku break free. "Looks like the village is in danger, Sarutobi-sensei." Sarutobi looked outside with a grave expression as he saw the giant tower over Naruto. As strong as the boy was, the old man wasn't sure he could defeat the Biju. He couldn't help him, however, as he was defending himself from his two dead teachers. "Damn it, Orochimaru. How low can you go?" "I don't know, sensei," Orochimaru said with a smirk. "We will see, any." Sarutobi growled as his hands formed some hand seals. It's time I end this. Two clones appeared beside him as he prepared his final technique. Shiki Fujin. As Shikaku's laughter bellowed across the village, Naruto was cursing to himself. How the hell would he be able to defeat a demon taller than a damn building? He soon had to avoid being stomped by one of Shikaku's giant legs as the beast began to attack again. Stand still, you puny human, and let me squash you. Shikaku bellowed through his laughter as he continued to stomp. No fucking way, you overgrown tanuki. Naruto shouted back. Right-on John. A beam of lightning flew out of Naruto's mouth straight at Shikaku, hitting the beast in the chest. The Biju screamed, more out of anger than pain, and in retaliation kicked the blonde away. Naruto screamed in pain as his body flew through the air before hitting the back wall of the arena. He dropped on his knees, coughing blood. How the hell can I beat him? He asked himself, coughing blood. He's too fucking big. Wake the container and the Biju will fall. Naruto froze as he heard the voice in his head. What the fuck? Who the hell are you? Shut up and do as I say. The voice said again, this time sounding annoyed. Well, how the fuck can I reach him to wake him? Naruto asked the strange voice. If you didn't notice, he's enormous. The voice chuckled. Jump. Naruto could only stare in confusion before he heard something flying toward him. As soon as Naruto dropped to his knees, Shikaku roared in laughter. No puny human could ever hope to defeat me. He was about to go over and crush the blonde when he heard him talking to himself. Angered by being ignored, the beast sucked in air before slamming a fist in his stomach. Futon, Rinkuden. Time seemed to slow down as a giant air projectile flew towards Naruto. He watched in shock as it neared, knowing that he would be in serious trouble if the attack hit. He didn't know what to do. He had no way to escape the massive ball of air. It was then that a warm chakra filled his system and his eyes turned red. It seemed like he was on autopilot as he jumped over Shikaku's attack and began to run towards him along the arena wall. His speed was frightening, and he was sure he could never run this fast before. His eyes were focused only on Gaara's sleeping form as he mindlessly avoided any attack Shikaku sent at him. Stand still, you human. Shikaku raged as he couldn't hit the blonde. He also felt a slight chill as the chakra the blonde possessed seemed very familiar. Naruto, however, did not stand still, nor did he stop when Shikaku's arm slammed right where he was standing a moment ago. Using his momentum, he jumped on the outstretched arm and began to run towards Shikaku's head. Another arm came crashing down on him, but he easily evaded it and continued his run. As he began to run along Shikaku's head, sand began to latch onto his legs. He quickly channeled lightning chakra in his legs to stop the sand from grabbing him. After what seemed like eternity, Naruto found himself on top of Shikaku's head. Wasting no time, he jumped towards the sleeping boy and kicked him in the head. Wake the fuck up. No. Shikaku screamed as he realized that Gaara was awake. His entire body began to crack until it fell apart fully, sending the two boys to the ground. The two fell hard, hitting the ground several times before they stopped in place. Naruto grunted in pain as he slowly rose to his feet. His right arm broken from the fall, and it hung limply on his side. He felt so much pain at the moment that he could barely walk, yet he couldn't stop now. He slowly began to walk toward the still prone Gaara, who managed to look up and saw the blonde approaching. Stay away. Gaara screamed in fear as Naruto neared him. I won't die? I can't. I have to prove my existence. You idiot. Naruto roared, effectively shutting the reed-haired boy up. How will killing prove your existence? If you kill everyone around you, there will be no one to acknowledge that you exist. You will be alone, which will be like you don't exist at all. What are you talking about? Gaara asked in panic. Proving your existence means you have people around you who acknowledge you and care for you. People you fight for until your last breath, those you would never hesitate to protect, Naruto said honestly. If you surround yourself with people like that, you will prove you exist. Is that why you're so strong? Gaara asked, somewhat confused. The blonde nodded. There are some people in this village for who I'd give my life without second thought. And the will to protect them makes me push myself harder, so I'm strong enough to protect them. Naruto then gave him a small smile. Find your precious people, Gaara, because being alone won't give you strength. Gaara could only nod dumbly as he heard Naruto's words. He was still mostly confused what the blonde was talking about, but he was going to find out exactly what he meant. Suddenly, the blonde was swept away by a sharp gust of wind, which sent him directly into the arena wall. Seconds later, Temari and Kankuro appeared and grabbed Gaara before running away with him. As they carried him, Naruto's words rang in his head and Gaara allowed a small smile. Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry, he said stoically, although a hint of remorse could easily be picked out. The two looked at him in confusion, but nodded nonetheless as they approached the walls of the village. Naruto meanwhile dropped to his knees again. He was covered in cuts and his clothes were almost ripped to shreds and completely bloody. With a final bout of strength, he looked up and saw Shikamaru and Shino running towards him. As he dropped on his face, he could only hope Gaara understood his words. It was whole 4 days later that the blonde finally woke up to the familiar smell of antiseptics. Those that knew him were confused as to why the blonde slept so long. He usually jumped back up a day later, 2 days at most. However, they didn't know what he was up to for the last month, and they didn't know that he barely slept during his month's break. En route, he slept 2 to 3 hours at best, and he stopped training the moment he had to go to the arena. At a fight with a prodigy Genin and a giant Biju, and the blonde was utterly exhausted. Now that he was awake, though, he groaned as his stiff muscles tried to move. He was also very annoyed at the location he woke up in. With some effort, he sat up on his bed and pulled out the infusion tube from his arm. Looking around, he noticed he was alone in the room and he couldn't find his clothes. Sighing, he dropped back on the bed and waited. Someone was bound to come in sooner or later. And not even a moment after he thought that, the door opened. A silver-haired man with a face mask entered with his familiar smile. "Yo, Kakashi," Naruto said blankly without even looking at the man. "The hell you want?" To apologize, Kakashi replied with one of his rare serious expressions as Naruto looked at him in confusion. "That I failed. I know that doesn't mean much and you'll understand if you never forgive me, but I had to say it." Naruto looked at him blankly before nodding. "All right," he said, much to Kakashi's surprise. "Now get me some clothes. I want to leave this place," he added with a grunt. Kakashi looked at him for a moment before he smiled. "They'll run to your place and bring you something." Naruto shook his head. "I've grown out of my old clothes. I'm going to have to buy new ones," he said with a grumble. "All right, they'll buy you something. They'll be back soon," Kakashi said and turned around to leave only to be stopped by Naruto's voice. "I haven't fully forgiven you, Kakashi. One day I might, but not anytime soon." Kakashi could only nod as he left the room. Now alone again, the blonde had to fight boredom. He couldn't go back to sleep since he wasn't tired anymore, and he couldn't leave without clothes. Fortunately, another person came to visit him. "You're finally awake," Shikamaru said as he sat on a chair by the bed. "I think this is the longest you slept in forever," he added with a chuckle. Naruto snorted. "Yeah, I usually don't fight huge monsters. So what happened after I blacked out?" "Shino and I brought you to the hospital. It was pretty calm then because the enemy began to flee as soon as that giant tanuki disappeared," Shikamaru said as he tossed an apple to the blonde before taking a bite of his own. "Casualties?" Naruto asked, biting his own apple. "Minimal civilian and shinobi casualties," Shikamaru replied. "Also, Hokage-sama." Naruto almost choked on his apple as he heard that. "The old man died?" he asked in shock. "Who killed him?" "Orochimaru of the Sannin. He trapped Hokage-sama and somehow defeated him. No one knows how," Shikamaru said. "Damn," Naruto cursed. The old man was one of the rare people Naruto respected, and hearing that he died was a heavy blow to the blonde. "What's going to happen now?" "The council will choose a new Hokage. Most likely it will be Jiraiya-sama," Shikamaru said. He was also saddened by the death of their leader. Naruto nodded. "How are the others?" "They're all right. Most of them went to protect the civilians, so they didn't fight." Sasuke woke up a day later, and he was pissed though, Shikamaru said with a smirk. "Kakashi-sensei had to stop him from killing you in his sleep. He might have exaggerated there, but with Sasuke you were never sure." "Idiot," Naruto said with a snort. He sighed then. "When is the funeral?" "It was yesterday," Shikamaru replied. "I missed it," Naruto said with a sigh. Shikamaru could see how this was hitting the blonde hard, and he put his hand on his shoulder. "Hokage-sama died protecting his village. I'm sure he couldn't wish for a better end." Naruto could only nod at that. He knew how much Sarutobi loved Konoha, and he would give his life for the village without a second thought. Sighing, he realized that wallowing won't do anything other than spit on the dying man. If he could see Sarutobi, he would be smiling now. With that, the two moved on to a happier topic as they waited for Kakashi to return. In a moderately sized room located in the Hokage Tower, a council meeting began. The clan heads and civilian representatives sat where both present and waited until 3 final members arrived. Somber mood could be felt in the room, its occupants still saddened by the loss of their leader. Soon the door opened and 3 figures entered. Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu were the first to enter. Both were old veterans, serving with Sarutobi during the war. Their features were schooled and their postures commanding. Having been the main contributors to many village matters, they considered themselves very important assets of the village. Only the civilian side of the council showed them respect. However, since the clan heads often found their actions unreasonable and unnecessary. Behind them, Danzo entered. He carried himself proudly, no emotion shown on his aged face. There was begrudging respect from the clan heads for the man, as he was very powerful and held Konoha's safety above anything else. That's where the respect ended because many were against his methods, and especially the root program. The 3 took their seats and looked over the room's occupants. Seeing that every council member was present, Mitokado Hamura stood up. "Let us begin the meeting," he began, shuffling papers in his hands. "There will only be one topic today. We are going to choose the Godame." Everyone stiffened, but no one said anything. Not everyone wanted to go through with this so fast after Sarutobi's passing, yet they knew that it was necessary. Having a village without a leader at a crucial time like this could lead the village to its doom. "We have already asked Jiraiya, but he declined and set out to find any rumors of an attack from our enemies," Hamura continued. Jiraiya, however, nominated Tsunade for the position. Nara Shukaku nodded from his seat. That would be an acceptable choice. Tsunade-sama is a powerful and respected kunoichi trained by Sarutobi-sama himself. There were several more nods of agreement, but a strong, commanding voice decided to interrupt. "I disagree with that decision." Danzo began from his seat. "Tsunade hasn't been seen for over 15 years, and she spends her days drinking and gambling her inheritance away. If anything, she should be marked as a new Chunin. She is not suitable to lead the village." Clan heads frowned, wondering where he was going with this. Their frowns deepened as they saw several civilians nod in agreement. Hamura and Koharu also looked like they agreed with the man. "Who would you suggest then, Danzo-sama?" a civilian asked. Danzo stood up. "I nominate myself for the position of the Godame Hokage." No one seemed surprised at that. It was a common knowledge to anyone who knew Danzo that the man wanted the Hokage position for years. After the Kyuubi attack, he failed in his endeavor because Sarutobi was alive, but now there was no one to prevent him. The civilians, along with Hamura and Koharu, were all in favor of the idea, and the clan heads couldn't do much. Even if they rebelled against the decision, it would only endanger the village in the long run. "Very well then," Hamura said with finality. "As of today, the Godame Hokage is Shimura Danzo." Danzo stood up, barely concealing his smirk, and bowed slightly to the others in the room. The civilians read it as a sign of thanks, but the clan heads knew what he meant. He was finally in charge. Straightening himself, Danzo addressed the room. "The meeting is adjourned. Tomorrow morning, we will meet again to discuss further problems." People began to file out of the room silently, some nodding to Danzo while some ignored him. Now left alone with the 2 elderly council members, Danzo motioned to follow him to his new office. The 2 walked behind him quietly, and they reached the office within minutes. Sitting himself in the Hokage's chair with a smug expression on his face, Danzo looked at the 2 members. "Send someone to collect the genin who participated in the exams," he said. The 2 nodded and left in a hurry, leaving Danzo alone to revel in his victory. His victorious smirk didn't leave his face for hours. Naruto awoke with a groan hearing the louder-than-normal knocks on his door. Tiredly, he sat up and swung his legs off the bed before shaking his head, his long hair flaying wildly. He stopped and yawned before standing up and slowly walked to the door. Opening it, he came face to face with a cute brown-haired girl wearing a standard Konoha uniform with a Chunin flak jacket who blushed brightly the moment she saw him. He looked at her in confusion before he realized he was only wearing boxers, and he chuckled lightly. "Hey, what can I do for you?" he asked, scratching his cheek. Regaining her composure, the girl gave him a small smile. "Hokage-sama has requested your presence." "Hokage? Is this some kind of joke?" he asked with an angry frown. The kunoichi shook her head. "It is not a joke, Uzumaki-san. Shimura Danzo was elected as the Godame this morning. They announced it to the village 2 hours ago." Still frowning, he realized that he slept in pretty late to miss the announcement. Nodding to the kunoichi, she smiled, and left while he closed the door and went to get dressed. As he put his clothes on, he mulled over the information he received. Danzo as the Hokage? Sarutobi was probably turning in his grave. Finally dressed, he looked himself over. He was wearing a black sleeveless shirt with a face mask attached, black pants, and black knee-high shinobi sandals. A pair of umbu-style fingerless gloves donned his hands. A dark red sash was wrapped around his waist. His forehead protector was wrapped around his forehead, and he tied his hair into a ponytail, leaving 2 bangs to frame his face. Strapping his pouches, he nodded to himself and walked out of his apartment. As he jumped over the rooftops, he glanced down at the streets. When he left the hospital to buy himself some new clothes, he received many looks of respect from the general populace. He was greatly surprised when the shopkeeper greeted him warmly and even helped him pick out his new clothes. Apparently, saving the village from a giant demon would change their opinions of you. It didn't take him long to reach the Hokage Tower, and he swiftly walked the steps to the office. Knocking on the sturdy door, he waited until he heard the call and entered. Inside, he found several more people other than the newly appointed Hokage. Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma stood with Sasuke, Shino, Neji, and Shikamaru in front of them. He had a general idea of why he was here, so he took a spot next to Sasuke, who shot him a hateful glare, and waited. Danzo looked over each genin before nodding. First off, congratulations for reaching the 3rd exam, he said with a fake voice of praise. My advisors and I have evaluated your performances and decided on the promotions. 5 genin stood on attention, waiting for the results. Only 2 of you were found worthy of the promotion. Nara Shikamaru, congratulations on the promotion. The genin in question looked shocked for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Normally, he would complain, but Danzo scared the hell out of him. He walked to the desk, where Danzo sat, and bowed before moving back before his sensei. Danzo's eyes scrutinized the other 4 genin before locking on one of them. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Congratulations on your promotion. If Naruto was surprised, he didn't show it. He walked up to the desk and bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Looking back at Danzo's face, he saw a strange glint in the man's eyes, but he ignored it for now and moved back to stand in front of Kakashi, ignoring Sasuke's fuming expression. Danzo looked once more at all of them. Dismissed, he said in a commanding tone, and with small bows, the shinobi left the room. As soon as the door closed behind them, Sasuke bolted away, leaving them all behind. Kakashi sighed at his students' behavior before looking at the others with his usual smile. Want to grab a bite to eat to celebrate the promotions of our 2 new Chunin? Wouldn't you want to do that with your team? Kurenai asked with a confused expression. Well, you've seen Sasuke. He motioned at the empty hallway where the boy was only a few moments ago. I can ask Sakura to come though. Still, the more the merrier, he finished with a smile. Asuma nodded. Sure, he'll grab Choji and Ino and we can go, he said smiling. Excellent, Kakashi said happily before looking at the 2 other jonin. What about you guys? Some other time, Kakashi, Guy replied. Neji and I are going to visit Lee in the hospital. Kakashi nodded and looked at Kurenai, who shrugged. I don't see why not. He'll find Kiba and Hinata and see if they want to go as well, she said with a small smile. Excellent, Kakashi exclaimed. Let's meet at that new barbecue place in half an hour then. The other jonin nodded, and they all began to leave. As they watched them leave, Naruto and Shikamaru though stood silently in their place. They didn't even ask our opinion, Naruto flatly pointed out. Shikamaru sighed in reply. Troublesome. 30 minutes later, 6 genin, 2 chunin, and 3 jonin occupied a private booth at the restaurant. They placed their orders and sat down, 2 newly promoted chunin being the center of attention. Shikamaru grabbed himself a chunin flak jacket on the way out of the tower, while Naruto chose not to wear it. He simply didn't need it. I can't believe you 2 of all people became chunin, Ino said in disbelief as she rested her head in her palm. Not like we asked them to promote us, Shikamaru grumbled in reply. It's going to be even more troublesome from now on. Asuma laughed next to his student and patted his shoulder before lighting a cigarette. Come on, it's not that different from being a genin. Just make sure you don't slack off or you'll end up guarding the gate. For a lazy ass like him, it would be a perfect job, Naruto said with a snort and, much to everyone's surprise, lit his own cigarette. Exhaling the first satisfying smoke, he looked at the stunned people around him and put his pack of cigarettes back in his pouch. What? Naruto, you smoke? Kakashi asked, his voice full of surprise. At Naruto's nod, he blinked. Since when? Since I was 7, Naruto replied matter-of-factly. Why? 7. Why didn't I know about it? Kakashi asked, still shocked. Because I never smoked in front of you, Naruto replied with a shrug. Why would I even tell you? You just take away my cigarettes. And I can't take them away now? Kakashi asked with a raised brow. You can try, the blonde replied with a smirk. The next moment saw Kakashi tossing Naruto's pack in the air with one hand, smiling victoriously. As he looked at Naruto expecting a look of shock, he didn't expect the boy to hold a copy of Ika Paradise in his hand. Mouth open in shock, Kakashi simply pointed at the book, making Naruto smirk. Remember, you didn't take away my lighter, the blonde said in a sing-song voice. Kakashi's eyes widened at the implication, and he quickly tossed the pack back to Naruto, who laughed and put the pack in his pouch, but didn't return the book. My book? Kakashi said edgily while extending his hand. Hang on, the blonde said as he opened the first page of the book. I want to see what's so special about this book. Then he began to read, and didn't stop. Others gaped at the sight of Uzumaki Naruto reading a book. His eyes darted left and right along the pages so fast that the Uchihas would be stunned. His cigarette was burning out in his hand as he was fully immersed in the book, finally stopping after he read the entire first chapter in mere minutes. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a strange glint in his eyes. This is amazing, he breathed out dreamily. The plot, the characters, the smut, they feel so real. Kakashi had the same glint in his eyes as he locked eyes with his student. It is, isn't it? Many don't see the perfection that is Ika. They're idiots, Naruto replied. This is gold. Perverts, Kurenai said while pinching the bridge of her nose. The two turned to look at her. All men are perverts, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said. Some are just too afraid to show it, Kakashi finished. The red-eyed beauty looked at them blankly. Their food then arrived, and the conversation topic changed. They chatted about this and that, joked around. The girls talked to Hinata mostly after she woke up from passing out after hearing that her Naruto-kun was no longer innocent. Several hours passed in a flash, and soon they began to leave as the sun began to set. With final goodbyes, everyone went their own way. Next morning saw Naruto standing before Danzo. He was quite surprised when an Umbu member woke him up saying the Hokage requested his presence. He didn't know what Danzo had in store for him, so he quietly stood under scrutiny of Danzo's only visible eye. Uzumaki, I have a mission for you, Danzo said in a commanding voice. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. A solo mission? He asked in confusion. But I'm only a fresh Chunin. Wouldn't I have to take missions with a team? Normally, that would be the correct procedure, Danzo began as he clasped his hands together. But this is a delicate mission for only one man, and I have full trust in you to complete it. Naruto didn't believe Danzo's praising tone for a moment, but he didn't really have a choice. Very well, what is the mission? We have received information that group of enemy shinobi made camp few miles north of Konoha. Your mission is to scout the area and, if you feel you can, take out the enemy, Danzo relayed to the blonde. The primary mission is simple scouting, and a team would only slow you down if you needed to run. If you need more information, read this scroll, he finished and tossed a scroll at the bond, who deftly caught it. Naruto opened the scroll, which contained the location of the possible enemy camp, and skimmed through the contents before rolling it up and placing it in his pouch. He'll leave immediately then. Danzo nodded stiffly. Dismissed. With that, the blonde turned around and left the office. No sooner than he left, a single figure dropped from the shadows, getting on one knee in front of the desk. Are you sure this will work, Danzo-sama? The man asked without emotion. No, Danzo replied. I can only hope it will. Fu, take Toryun and prepare for plan B, just in case it does fail. As you wish, Danzo-sama, the now revealed Fu said before disappearing again. Danzo was left alone again, hoping his plan would bear fruit. Naruto jumped through the trees as he traveled towards the possible enemy location. The map pointed at an old monk temple that was abandoned a long time ago and was left to rot. Barely anyone knew it even existed, so it was a perfect spot for an enemy camp to spawn. Slowing his jumps as he neared the temple, Naruto stealthily dropped to the ground and skulked through the last line of trees. Peeking out, he spotted the temple, or what remained of it. It was more of a ruin than a temple, as many parts were caved in and the surrounding trees began to cover the still-standing walls. What bothered him, though, was that it was strangely quiet. He expected at least some signs of enemy activity, but nothing showed. It looked like no one was here in decades. Sneaking around, he spotted an opening in the side of the temple and moved towards it. Getting directly beneath it, he jumped and latched onto the ledge before pulling himself up. Peeking out carefully, he looked around the moderately sized chamber. Whatever beauty of Monk's creations was there before, laid in ruins now. Once beautiful statues, now were broken and scattered around, filling the room as debris. Apart from that, it was empty. No signs of activity whatsoever. Was Danzo's information wrong? Jumping down in the chamber, he quietly walked around, trying to spot anything. He didn't see anything, however, and stood up with a sigh. Turning around, he took a first step towards the broken doors of the temple, but a slow clapping froze him in place. Turning around a split second later with a kunai in his hand, his eyes landed on a familiar man with silver hair and a pair of round glasses on his face. "Hello, Naruto-kun," the man said with a smile. "I'm glad to see you again. You certainly look different." "Kabuto," Naruto snarled in response, his grip on the kunai tightening. "I certainly didn't expect to see your traitorous face anytime soon." The man only laughed. "Me neither, trust me. But an interesting request came to my master, and we didn't have heart to reject it," he finished with a cold smirk. "What request?" Naruto asked edgily. He didn't think for a second that Kabuto was here alone, but he dreaded of who was accompanied him. "Oh, I would love to tell you," Kabuto smirked. "But I think my master would love to be the one to do it." Naruto's blood ran cold as another familiar figure began to rise from the ground. Black hair, white skin, and yellow slitted eyes that belonged to only one man. No, to a monster. Orochimaru stood in his full, disgusting glory, smirking down at the blonde. Even with his arms looking dead, he was still as terrifying as he was back in the forest of death. Naruto gulped and raised his kunai slightly, feeling that his chances of escape were practically non-existent. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru began with a sinister chuckle. "It warms me to see you again." Naruto said nothing as he stared at the bigger threat of the two. He knew he couldn't defeat him even in his weakened state. The man was simply too powerful for him to do anything. And with Kabuto here, Naruto was sure he wouldn't be leaving this place alive. "Ku, Orochimaru chuckled. "Staying quiet, I see. No matter. I'm here to speak anyway," he said in a mocking tone. "I'm sure you're wondering why we're here. Well, our old friend Danzo wanted us to pay you a visit." Naruto's eyes widened, but before jumping to conclusions, he fished for more information. "Explain," he said with a threatening voice which only made Orochimaru chuckle more. "I don't know if you were aware, but Danzo was after you from the moment the QB was sealed inside you. He always wanted you under his thumb, a perfect weapon at his disposal," Orochimaru began, smirking at the unease in Naruto's eyes. "However, Sarutobi-sensei made sure that his old fingers never wrap around you. But with him dead, Danzo wants you. And that's where we come in." Naruto was now feeling even more uneasy. Danzo was behind this. And he wanted him as a weapon? What is your purpose then? Danzo is the Hokage now, so I'm under his command by default. But old Danzo wants his weapons emotionless, without free will, and ready to follow any order, be it moral or immoral, Orochimaru replied with an evil smirk. "And we both know you wouldn't kill kids, even if you were ordered to. So we are here to wipe your mind clean and bring you back to him, so he could mold you to his wishes." Naruto was growing more uneasy with each word that came from Orochimaru's mouth. "You know I'm not going down without a fight?" he asked, trying to sound stronger than he felt, but his tone betrayed him. "Oh, I know," Orochimaru replied with a smirk. "That's why Kabuto is here. I decided to let him have some fun with you before he brings you to me." The blonde's eyes widened slightly, which the snake man noticed. "You didn't think I would be interested in you enough to stay here? Ku, we'll see you in a bit, Naruto-kun." With a final round of menacing chuckles, Orochimaru sunk into the ground, disappearing from the scene. Two remaining ninja watched each other, one with a calculating look, other with a condescending smirk. "Shall we begin?" Kabuto asked. Without a word, Naruto charged at the man, his kunai ready. Kabuto smirked and pushed the glasses up his nose and pulled out his own kunai before charging as well. The two met in the middle of the chamber, their blades clashing. Naruto glared at the man with a newfound resolution. Now that Orochimaru was out of the picture, he had a much bigger chance to leave this place alive. He had to give it his all and go in with the intent to kill. Without wasting a moment, he pushed the Kabuto's kunai and swung his left fist towards his stomach. Kabuto easily blocked it, but he was unprepared when Naruto suddenly spun around and threw a kick at him. Raising his arms, Kabuto blocked the kick with his forearms, but was still knocked back by the strength of the kick. "You have gotten stronger, Naruto-kun," Kabuto said as he flexed his arm muscles. The kick was strong, and it even hurt slightly. "But it won't be enough." "We'll see about that," Naruto growled and charged again. Kunai met with a clang, and the two continued their deadly fight. With each punch that hit home, a kick was the answer. They seemed equal in power and skill, as neither could gain edge on the other. Kabuto was smirking all the way, like he was only playing with the blonde. As Naruto threw a kick, Kabuto's smirk widened, and his hand swiped Naruto's thigh. The blonde winced in pain and jumped back holding his thigh. "What the hell?" he asked as he watched Kabuto's now glowing hand. He could already feel the injury in his leg heel, but seeing no sign of damage on his leg worried him. "Chikura no Mezu," Kabuto answered. "With this technique, I can cut up your insides with ease. I wonder how your advanced healing will respond to this." Naruto growled and jumped back, already going through hand seals. "Raitun John." A beam of lightning flew out of his mouth, heading towards Kabuto, but the man avoided it and charged at the blonde again. Naruto quickly leaned back, enough to avoid Kabuto's chakra scalpel going for his neck. If that hit, he would most likely lose because even the QB couldn't heal a cut windpipe fast enough. Kabuto was fighting fiercely, sending Naruto on the defensive. The blonde didn't have any means to defend himself from the scalpels other than dodging, and any counterattack was rendered useless. Each time he tried to fight back, Kabuto would swing his other hand towards Naruto's vital spot, this sending him back on defense. With that strategy, Kabuto managed to land several blows on Naruto. The blonde was lucky that only his arms and legs were cut, because those were the easiest to heal. Several times, he had to let his arms or legs be cut so he could defend a vital spot, but the attacks were wearing him out. Kabuto feigned a swipe towards Naruto's head, and the blonde raised his arms to block. Kabuto smirked as the blonde fell for the trap and kicked him hard in the stomach. Naruto staggered back with an arm on his stomach. Kabuto didn't let him recover as he charged and cut along Naruto's left forearm. The blonde grunted in pain and jumped back to gain some distance. Kabuto let him. "You are still too weak, Naruto-kun," the bespectacled man goaded. "Why not surrender and come peacefully home?" "Never," Naruto growled. He had to finish this fast, or he would lose. Kabuto could use his chakra scalpels to slowly cut him up and wear him down. A plan was forming in his head, risky but doable. Naruto charged again as he began going through hand seals. Kabuto smirked and charged as well, his glowing hands prepared. They met in the middle and Kabuto's hand sliced along Naruto's stomach, cutting up his insides. The blonde spat blood but didn't stop and raised his wind-encased hand, slamming it straight through Kabuto's neck. Kabuto's eyes widened and his mouth opened in a soundless scream as he felt unimaginable pain. His arms fell limply to his sides as his body practically hanged on Naruto's arm. He gazed at the blonde with disbelief, realizing now that the opening was intentional. If he could, he would curse, but he could do nothing but watch his life slowly drained from his eyes. Naruto lowered his arm, letting now dead Kabuto slide off it. The body hit the ground with a thud, and the blonde staggered back. With the rush of the battle over, he could fully feel the pain in his body. He didn't know the extent of the damage Kabuto dealt him, but he was sure it wouldn't heal anytime soon. Gathering the last ounce of his strength, Naruto ran out of the temple, moving as fast as he could. He had to escape while he had the chance. Danzo frowned as he read the small note that a snake brought him. Kabuto has failed, and Naruto probably knew that he was behind this. He had to act fast if he ever hoped to have the blonde under his thumb. He waved his hand, and an umbu appeared before him. "Gather the Jonin for a meeting," he commanded, and the umbu ninja disappeared to send a signal for the Jonin. Waving again, another umbu appeared. Danzo nodded silently, and the ninja disappeared with a bow. Standing up, he began walking towards the meeting room. It was time for Plan B. Few minutes later, he opened the door of the meeting room and entered. Standing before every Jonin in Konoha, Danzo cleared his throat and began. "We have recently found evidence that Orochimaru had one more inside man in Konoha," he began, and the Jonin stiffened. They all knew that Kabuto was a traitor, but no one thought there was another. "The traitor is Uzumaki Naruto." Whole room gasped in shock. Angry shouting began the next moment as those who still doubted the blonde started to call for his execution. Danzo yelled for them to shut up, and they did, albeit reluctantly. Hey, are you sure about that, Hokage-sama? A shocked Kakashi asked. He couldn't believe that his student was a traitor. He wouldn't believe it. Naruto was always loyal to the village and his friends. He could never betray them. We have been suspicious for a while, Danzo began. I sent Umbu to search his apartment, and they found several scrolls signifying Uzumaki's connection to Orochimaru. There were also notes on Konoha's defenses and patrol routes, as well as a note of a meeting taking place today. Uzumaki left on a mission this morning, probably as a cover to meet with Orochimaru. Kakashi stood silent in shock as he processed this information. Several other jonin also couldn't believe what they were hearing. They all looked at Danzo, hoping it was a joke, but they knew the man enough to know that he never joked. You are to leave at once and find him. Bring him alive, Danzo finished. Seconds later, the room emptied as the jonin began their assignment. Danzo was left smirking to himself. This plan would surely work. Naruto finally stopped after running for several hours. He was weak and tired and dropped on the ground as soon as he stopped. His insides still didn't heal completely, and the pain was still there. Wheezing slightly, he looked around to see if he had anyone on his trail, but could spot no one. Sighing in relief, he let his head drop. He had no idea what he should do now or where he should go. He was sure Danzo would do something to him as soon as he returned to the village, and in his weakened state, he couldn't do anything to prevent it. He had to rest and heal before he could do anything. He was sure he would pass out any moment now. He cursed as he knew how risky it would be and how anyone could find him here, but he could do nothing as his eyes began to drop. A ruffle of leaves grabbed his attention, and he heard someone the moment before he passed out. Well, what do we have here? Kakashi sighed as he entered the village. He was out in the woods looking for his student, yet there was no trace of him. Even with his tracking dogs, he couldn't find him. Looking up to the sky with his single, tired eye, he cursed to himself. He couldn't help but blame himself for Naruto's current predicament. Since no one knew where Naruto was for the month before the third exam, many assumed that he was with Orochimaru. He didn't believe any of that for a second, but his opinion hardly mattered at the moment. There was no need to report to Danzo now, so he made his way towards Training Ground 7. Expecting some free time of staring at the monument, he was surprised to see the familiar pink-haired girl running towards him, followed by her black-haired teammate. Kakashi-sensei, is it true what they say? She asked with trepidation, lacing her voice. Is it true that Naruto, is he a traitor? Kakashi sighed before smiling slightly, placing his hand on her shoulder. No, it's not true. I'm sure Naruto would never become a traitor, he finished, squeezing her shoulder reassuringly. The dobe must have realized how pathetic he was and decided to run away, Sasuke said with a scoff, while looking away from the two. It was then that he felt a harsh pain on his face, and he found himself sprawled on the ground. A hard look covered Kakashi's face, and in a flash he was standing over Sasuke's prone body with his arm outstretched. I've looked past your arrogant behavior for a while now, Kakashi began with a cold voice. I even stood up for you when we were late for the Chunin Exams. I always tried to swerve you away from your arrogance, to make you see your fellow comrades as your equals. But even today you see them all beneath you. Well, let me tell you something. He lowered himself and looked directly into Sasuke's eyes. Naruto was always stronger than you. With his eyes wide in shock, Sasuke watched as Kakashi turned around and left the training ground, followed by Sakura. The words of his sensei struck him deep, and for the first time, he didn't know how to feel. He wanted to be angry and shout, show that he was better than everyone. Yet, at the same time, he felt revulsion and regret for his actions. He wanted to scream, but he settled for an angry growl. With his jumbled thoughts, he turned around and left in a hurry. Orochimaru screamed in anger as he finished reading the scroll on his desk. Killing intent rolled off of him in waves, scaring anyone in near vicinity. It was even worse for the sound for who were kneeling only a few feet away. They almost passed out from the sheer amount the man was producing. Is he everything all right, my lord? Sakan asked with a trembling voice. No, it's not all right. Orochimaru shouted angrily. First Kabuto died, then that fucker Danzo won't give me the Uchiha. He screamed again and kicked his desk away. Fucking Uzumaki. As should we head out and collect the Uchiha, Orochimaru-sama? Kidamaru asked. No, Orochimaru replied, calming down slightly. Danzo will watch him like a hawk from now on. There is no chance to enter the village undetected now. He growled angrily as his eyes landed on the scroll. He was hoping that even though he didn't capture Naruto, Danzo would fulfill his end of the deal. But Danzo didn't give him Sasuke, and that pissed him off immensely. He lost his best underling in this failure of a deal and didn't even get anything in return. Now he couldn't even send his men to Konoha to capture the boy because Danzo would be there to stop them. His plans were crumbling to dust right before his eyes. "What is the plan then, Orochimaru-sama?" Sakan asked without a stutter, seeing his leader calm down a little. "I need a new body," Orochimaru said without looking at him. "Everything else is of no importance to me now." He didn't spare them another glance as he left the room. Naruto groaned as he woke up. His entire body was stiff and moving only induced pain. Relaxing, he realized that he didn't feel the hardness of the forest ground but the softness of a mattress. His body went shock still at the thought of being captured while unconscious. He didn't hear anything around him and dared himself to open his eyes. He was met by a wooden ceiling with. On his left was a wooden wall with a beautiful painting of a single sakura tree, and on his right a desk filled with makeup stuff and a mirror leaning on the wall and a bookcase on its side. There was also a window by the bed that showed already darkening sky and a nightstand with a lamp, as well as 2 doors which led outside into the bathroom. Straining himself, he sat up and saw that he was only in his boxers. Looking around, he tried to find his gear. Luckily, his pouches were on the desk, and he quickly threw the covers away before getting out of bed. The first step made him stumble, and a sharp pain passed through his midsection. He grabbed his side and stifled a groan before steadying himself. With 2 more painful steps, he reached the desk and grabbed his pouches. He was just about to strap them when the door suddenly opened and his head snapped toward it. One of the most beautiful women he had ever seen entered the room. She was almost as tall as him, with long straight brown hair and shiny green eyes. She was wearing a red silk short-sleeved kimono that reached her thighs, which did nothing to hide her beautiful curves. Her face was that of an angel and her soft, fair skin seemed to glow in the dim lights of the room. The moment she saw him standing there, she flashed him a beautiful smile and entered. "I'm glad to see you're awake," she spoke with a soft and melodic voice, truly fitting with her physical beauty. "You were asleep for 3 whole days. We were worried." Snapping out of his shock induced by her beauty and her voice, he processed what he heard. "3 days? That was almost as long as when he passed out after fighting Gaara." His face hardened then. "Where am I? Who are you and why am I here?" Seeing his tense posture, the woman smiled. "You are in a hostess club in a small town of the land of hot water. My name is Izumi, and why you're here." She tapped her cheek with a cute smile. "We'll explain someone else." Naruto didn't like this situation at all, but he only nodded as the beautiful Izumi left the room. She didn't attack him, and he wasn't restrained, so he would give her the benefit of the doubt. He was still standing, and he could feel the pain in his midsection subside. It wasn't long until the door opened again, but this time, it wasn't a beautiful woman who entered. It was a big man with shaggy, long white hair. Naruto was immediately on edge when the man entered, and he shifted his body more for running away than fighting. He could feel power rolling off the man, and he knew he could not defeat him. The man closed the door behind him and stared the boy down. Seeing the boy's stance, the man broke in a grin. "Glad to see you up and running, Brad," he began. "I thought you'd be napping for a few more days at least. Your intestines were like a mashed potato when I found you." "You found me?" Naruto asked the man. "Why am I here? Who are you?" "You are here because this is one of my rare safe spots that only I know. And for who I am." The man then grinned widely and dropped in a wide stance. "I am the great and powerful Jiraiya." Naruto looked at him skeptically before his eyes widened in realization. "You're the guy who wrote Ika Ika, Paradise." Jiraiya positively beamed at the boy and pulled out the book in question before rushing to the boy. "You know of my work?" he asked excitedly as he waved the book around. "Hell yeah," Naruto replied and snatched the book from the man's hand. "Now I can finally read the 2nd chapter." Jiraiya pouted at the loss of his book, but grinned again. "I'm happy to see the next generation growing up splendidly." Yeah, Naruto said absent-mindedly as he stored the book safely in his hip pouch and placed both pouches on the desk. He then crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Jiraiya. "I'd like to get some answers now." Jiraiya nodded. "Sit on the bed. This will take a while," he said and sat on the chair by the desk. Seeing the boy sit, he began. "But first I want to know why was Uzumaki Naruto branded as a traitor for cooperating with Orochimaru?" Naruto's eyes widened at the fact that the man knew him. "You know who I am." Jiraiya nodded. "How?" "Later," Jiraiya replied. "Now answer me." Naruto clenched his fists in anger. Danzo set me up. He sent me on a mission to locate a possible enemy camp, but instead of some no-name ninja, I was met by Orochimaru and his lackey. Orochimaru then left, so I only fought Kabuto. He was stronger than I thought, but he underestimated me greatly, so I managed to kill him. He managed to cut me up nicely, though. Jiraiya frowned. Why did Danzo set you up? Did they tell you? Yeah. He wanted them to erase my memory, so he could turn me into one of his root ninja, Naruto said with an angry nod. Danzo wanted you under his thumb from the moment the Kyuubi was sealed inside you, so I can see that happening, Jiraiya said. I don't see why Orochimaru would do that for him, though. Did they tell you why? Naruto shook his head. They only told me what I told you. So he branded you as a traitor out of necessity. No one would believe you if you told them about Danzo, and he could freely take you after you've been captured, Jiraiya said thoughtfully. You're lucky that I found you then. Yeah, I guess I am, Naruto replied with a sigh. So how do you know who I am? I don't think I've ever seen you before. You haven't, Jiraiya said and smiled. But I've seen you when you were just a baby. You looked just like your father. It made me cry. Now you look even more like him, though you do have some of your mother's characteristics. Naruto was now shocked beyond belief. Why, you knew my parents? Of course I did, Jiraiya replied with a small laugh. I trained your father after all. Who were they? Naruto asked. No, begged the man. Jiraiya gave the boy a sorrowful smile. Your father was one of the strongest and kindest men I've ever had the chance to meet, and your mother was one of the most beautiful women with a gentle heart and a strong temper. They were Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Why Yondaime? Naruto gasped. He was my father? Jiraiya nodded, and the boy lowered his head. I see. Now that he found out that the Yondaime was his father, he suddenly understood why the Kyuubi was sealed in him. If the Hokage wouldn't be willing to sacrifice his child, then who else would? It didn't mean he liked it, but he understood. I was also your godfather, Jiraiya suddenly added. Naruto's head shot up, and anger flashed in his eyes. Why weren't you there for me then? Jiraiya sighed sadly. I had a spy network to run. For years after the Kyuubi attacked, I had to scout for possible attacks. Konoha was in shambles. Any hidden village could have destroyed us completely. I couldn't take a baby with me on dangerous missions. He rubbed his eyes. I would have met you after I finally had time, but I knew I could never stay for long, and I never knew when I would be back. Naruto gripped his forehead and shut his eyes tightly, holding back tears that threatened to spill. He didn't know how to feel after hearing all this information. Do you have a picture? He asked quietly. Jiraiya nodded and pulled out a small photo out of his pouch before handing it to Naruto. The moment the boy saw the contents of the photo was the moment when the tears broke through. On the picture, two people sat on a grassy clearing. A smiling man with a blonde, spiky hair and blue eyes was holding a beautiful red-haired woman with violet eyes. The happiness of the two was directed at a somewhat big lump on the woman's stomach. She was pregnant. With Naruto, the boy bit his lip to choke back a sob as he looked at the photo. After a minute, he put the photo aside and wiped his tears away. A small and sad smile adorned his face. After all these years of wondering about them, I finally know. They loved you, Naruto, Jiraiya said. More than anything in this world. Naruto gave the man a thankful look and smiled. Thank you for telling me. Jiraiya waved him off and wiped a tear of his own before the boy could see it. It was due time to tell you. I asked Sarutobi to let me be the one to tell you, but I never thought it would take so long. Gigi knew? He asked, slightly surprised. Who else knew? Aside the two of us, there was only one other person who knew, Jiraiya replied. I don't know who else figured it out, though. I mean, you're the spitting image of your father. Naruto gave a sad chuckle. Can you tell me about them? Jiraiya sighed sadly. Not today, I'm sorry. I have to leave today, and I still have to tell you some very important things before I go. I understand, Naruto said with a sad expression. They'll tell you all about them when I return, though, Jiraiya said with a small grin. And I have plenty of stories. Naruto chuckled quietly as his mood was slightly lifted. Fair enough. So what else do you have to tell me? First, I want to give you something, Jiraiya began as he pulled out a scroll and offered it to the blonde. During the Kyuubi attack, your parents' house was destroyed. This was the only thing I managed to salvage. What is it? Naruto asked. Open it. It belonged to your mother, Jiraiya replied with a small smile. And Naruto did. Unrolling the scroll and unsealing its contents, a single item fell in his lap. The blonde took it in his hands and gaped a little. It was a tanto about the length of his forearm. Its white sheath shined in the dim light of the room. The handle was black and had a white strap wrapped around it. It also had a shiny gold guard. Taking a hold of the handle, he pulled the beautiful weapon out of its sheath, revealing the blade. It looked like a normal katana blade, only much shorter. The blade was shiny, and only by looking at it, Naruto could tell it was sharp. Extremely sharp. He swung it around a few times, reveling in how light it was. It was a perfect fit for his hand, nothing like the Umbu Ninjato he used before. Sheathing it, he put it to his side and bowed his head to Jiraiya. "Thank you," he said. "A lot." Jiraiya laughed lightly and waved him off. "Don't mention it, kid," he said and pulled out 2 more scrolls. "I'm not finished, though. I still got something for you. This scroll," he held one scroll a little higher, "has your new clothes. Your old ones were full of blood and dirt, so I figured new clothes would be better. And this one," he raised the second scroll, "contains necessary material for one of your father's signature techniques." Naruto's eyes widened. "My father's jutsu?" "The Rasengan," Jiraiya said and opened his palm. Moments later, a ball of wildly spinning chakra materialized in his hand. Naruto looked at the small ball of destruction in wonder. It's a ball of condensed chakra capable of destroying practically anything. "Awesome," Naruto whispered in excitement. "It is," Jiraiya replied with a grin and took the third scroll. From it, he unsealed a single balloon filled with water. "This technique is learned in 3 steps. This is the first one." Soon the balloon in his hand began to expand in certain places. Then it began to distort until it popped and the water spilled on the floor. Jiraiya chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. "Well, you might want to do that somewhere else." "So, I need to use my chakra to pop the balloon?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya raised a brow at the boy's quick thinking and nodded. "Seems simple enough," Naruto said, scratching his cheek. "What are the other 2 steps?" This time Jiraiya grinned. "You will have to find out those by yourself." Naruto looked at him blankly. Jiraiya laughed again. "I know you'll have no trouble doing that. Trust me." Naruto sighed. "Well, I can't really complain. You've already given me so much." "As I said, don't mention it," Jiraiya replied. "You can begin training tomorrow. But now I want to go through some things with you." "What are they?" Naruto asked. "I'm going back to the Land of Fire to find a certain person before Danzo does," Jiraiya began in a serious tone. "While I'm away, you have to be careful. You are safest here, and you can trust Izumi. Don't leave the club during the day and avoid the streets during the night. While I doubt Konoha would send teams out of the country so soon, I don't want to risk. You can safely train inside, but don't destroy anything." Naruto nodded. "All right. Do you know when you'll be back?" "He'll be away for at least a week," Jiraiya replied and stood up. "I expect you to master the Rasengan by then." "I will, no doubt," Naruto replied with a smile. "No doubt at all," Jiraiya said with his own grin. He turned towards the door and opened it, but before he left, he turned to the blonde one more time. "Oh, and no shadow clones." Naruto's smile became strained. As the man left, Naruto released a long sigh. He was still processing all information he heard tonight. He was tired and sore, and he really wanted to sleep now. He stood up and safely stored the photo of his parents in his pouch and placed his tanto by it. Then he lifted the covers of the bed and slipped inside, his eyes closing already. He was interrupted by the door, however, and he sat up ready to kick Jiraiya out, only to lock eyes with the beautiful Izumi. Izumi-san," Naruto said with a small blush. "What do you need?" The young woman smiled at him as she replied. "Seeing that Jiraiya-sama left, I was about to turn in for the night." She closed the door behind her. "I'm here?" "Well, it is my room, Naruto-kun," she replied with a cute chuckle. Naruto blushed slightly and began to raise the covers to get out of the bed. Then I'll sleep outside." "Nonsense. The bed is big enough for both of us," she said with a smile as she sat on the bed. "Besides, I was by your side for the past 2 nights already, so it shouldn't be a problem." Naruto's blush intensified. He wordlessly moved all the way to the end of the bed, taking as little space as he could. He could hear her chuckle again as she laid in the bed. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she said as she turned off the lamp. "Gee, good night, Izumi-san." It was going to be a long night. When Naruto woke up the next morning, he was utterly shocked and surprised to find out that he was not alone in the bed. His mind took a moment to process what happened last night, and he sighed in relief that he was not in enemy territory. However, as he looked down at his sleeping companion, he suddenly felt extremely embarrassed, for she was very close to him. Her right hand rested on his chest while her body rested against his side. Her head was on his shoulder, and he could see every inch of her beautiful, sleeping face. Another shock was that, at some point during the night, he sneaked his right arm around her frame and pulled her closer to him. He was now effectively trapped, and the only way to get out of bed was to wake her up, which he did not want to do. That was when her green eyes opened and locked with his blue ones. A smile instantly appeared on her face. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," she said tiredly and yawned cutely. "And morning, Izumi-san," he replied with a higher voice than intended, and a small blush crept on his cheeks. As she stopped yawning, she noticed the position of her body and playfully smirked. My, Naruto-kun, I didn't think you were so bold. We only met yesterday." Naruto's eyes widened, and his blush intensified. I'm sorry, I always sleep alone so," he sputtered in embarrassment. The beauty chuckled as she gently patted his chest in reassurance. "It's all right, Naruto-kun," she said and began to sit up. "You will have to forgive me, but I have to prepare for the day." And with that, she let the top of her kimono slip off her shoulders. Naruto tried not to, but his eyes succumbed to the soft skin of her shoulders, and he spent next few moments just watching her. It didn't take long for him to snap out of his daze. Izumi's cute chuckle helped, and jump out of the bed, grabbing his pouches, scrolls, and tanto before rushing to the door. "I am gonna go tea train," he said, looking back at her before leaving the room. Her amused chuckles could still be heard through the closed door. Finally getting his embarrassment under control, he looked around. He was in a wide hallway which led to another door with a stairway branching in the middle. He remembered Jiraiya telling him he could train inside, but he didn't really want to do that in the middle of the hall. So he went to the only other available door. Opening it, Naruto found himself in a room that seemed more like a dance studio. It was bigger than Izumi's, and the walls were covered by mirrors. Even the door had a mirror on its back, so it didn't disturb the wide visage reflection. It was calm and quiet, perfect for any kind of training he did. He was still only in his boxers though, so he dropped everything on the floor except for a single scroll. Unrolling it, he unsealed its contents. Seeing the pieces of clothing appear in his hands, Naruto began to dress. Black pants and his knee-high shinobi sandals came first. There were no gloves or his sleeveless shirt. Instead, he had a sleeveless mesh shirt and a short-sleeved gray kimono shirt. He didn't complain though as he put them on. Last of the items was his forehead protector. He sighed as his finger traced the leaf symbol on the metal plate. He wouldn't wear it yet, not until he cleared his name. With heavy heart, he stored it in his pouch. Stretching out, he thought about what he should do first. He was interested in the technique Jiraiya showed him, but first, he wanted to familiarize himself with the tanto of his mother. Taking the short blade of the floor, he pulled it out of the sheath. He gazed at the shiny blade and swung it a few times. It was really light, yet it looked like it could block any attack. Naruto then began going through the katas he learned while training with Danzo. His body moved gracefully, going through the motions with great care. He soon realized that the style he knew was not suited for the weapon he was using. Since the tanto was shorter than the ninjato, he needed to get closer to his opponent, and the style he used didn't prepare him for that. He would have to do something about it if he ever wanted to use the weapon skillfully. Sheathing the blade, he placed it on the ground before picking up the second scroll. He unsealed a single water balloon and held it gently in his open palm. Now he just had to pop it with only his chakra. Simple, right? It wasn't though, as he spent next 10 minutes looking at the balloon that was only expanding horizontally. It didn't pop, and the seemingly easy task became much harder. Naruto did not give up though, and he spent next few hours trying. He forced his irritation down as his progress was non-existent. He really wished Jiraiya gave him more tips. There was an all-around somber mood in Konoha. The village was mostly repaired, and its occupants began to return to the lives they had before the fiasco of the Chunin Exams. Ninja began to take on missions, and the trade routes began to flow once again. A certain group of Konoha genin was more somber than the others though. Teams 7, 8, and 10 gathered at the training ground 7 for the first time since they graduated. The excuse was to train and bond as Konoha shinobi, yet there was no training today. One person was on their minds. Uzumaki Naruto was a true mystery. He was the dead last of their class, yet he was the strongest of them during the final exam. And now he was branded as a traitor of Konoha, and teams actively hunted him across the land. They didn't know what they should believe. Their sensei told them to believe in Naruto, yet many spoke differently. This gathering was also for the purpose of deciding where they stood. There was a heavy silence for a while now, and one Chunin finally had enough of it. This silence is really troublesome, Shikamaru began from his sitting position. Sakura, you called us here, so start talking. Sakura, now center of attention, steeled herself. Do you believe what they say? She asked. Do you believe that Naruto is traitor? Another bout of silence ensued. What do you believe in? Shikamaru asked back. I believe that he is not a traitor, Sakura said with resolution. Sure, he did pranks as a kid, but he would never go as far as to betray the village. And that is my answer as well, Shikamaru said. I would sooner put my hand in a fire than think that for a second. And he meant every word. Other than Danzo, he was the only one who paid the blonde enough attention to realize that Naruto wore a mask. He didn't know why or what hid behind it, but he knew it wasn't a traitor. But they found evidence. Ino suddenly exclaimed. They could have easily been framed. Strange enough, it came from Kiba. He might have not known about the mask, but he knew he had fun pranking others with Naruto. It is highly possible, Shino said. It was something his father told him about the blonde and what he held that spurred him to comply. And if they're not? Ino asked. Then we won't hold back, Shikamaru said resolutely. But until we see him again, I will believe they are. Right, Chubby Akimichi exclaimed. Naruto loves ramen, and no one who loves ramen would be able to be bad. Ino sighed as she palmed her forehead. Her eyes then darted between the two who had yet to say anything. Hinata was unusually calm. Her usually blushing cheeks were pale and her hands rested by her sides. Sasuke, on the other hand, was fidgety and restless. It was strange seeing the two practically switch personalities so suddenly. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? She asked the boy whose head snapped towards her. His eyes were wide and brimming with emotions ranging from anger and confusion to disbelief. There's no way that the dobe went rouge, Uchiha replied angrily. If she listened, Hinata would add a nod of her own, but she was in her own world now. Ino felt a bit embarrassed that she was the only one who doubted Naruto, but she quickly regained her composure. So what do we do now? We wait, Shikamaru simply said. We do missions and wait. When the time comes, we will see him again and find out the truth. The mood significantly lightened after their conversation, and soon they began the intended light training. Their thoughts were still on the blonde boy, though. Naruto sneezed as he lay in bed with Izumi lying next to him. After their first morning of waking up together, Izumi had no qualms of resting her head on his shoulder when they went to bed. Naruto also relented after 2 nights, and with a much smaller blush put his arm around her. After all, it was really comfortable. Someone must be talking about you, Naruto-kun, she said with a light giggle. Naruto didn't reply as he glared at the single water balloon that rested on the desk. He was not getting any progress at all, and his patience was wearing thin. Izumi noticed how tense he was and gently rubbed her hand on his bare chest. Naruto-kun, she said gently, making him break his glare and look at her. You have been training almost all day, every day with barely any rest. You really need to relax a little. Naruto released a sigh. I can't. If I don't train, I think I'm going to lose it. And yet you're losing it either way, Izumi replied flatly. Naruto scoffed softly. Yeah, you're right, he sighed again. But all these thoughts just won't leave my head. Then let me help you banish those thoughts, Naruto-kun, she said in a tone Naruto didn't recognize. It was soft yet heavy, and it carried some hidden meaning. What do you mean? He asked unsure. Her only answer was to move up and kiss his lips. It was a soft kiss, yet it shocked Naruto to the core. Her soft lips brushed gently against his, sending shivers through his body. She parted her lips slightly, placing kisses across his as her hand moved lower to rub his stomach. All the while Naruto was frozen in shock. After a while she moved back slightly to look into his eyes. What's wrong? She asked, seeing his expression. Did you not like it? No noted ta all. The blonde replied as his face heated up. It's just that I've never done this before? She finished for him, and he nodded. She smiled. Will you trust me? He nodded. Then just let go. And then she captured his lips again, with a little more force this time. Her tongue began to lick his lips, asking for entrance, and the blonde couldn't help but open them. Izumi wasted no time and pushed her tongue inside his mouth, looking for his own. Their tongues danced around, one skillfully while other inexperienced. She pulled back slightly to nibble at his lower lip, drawing a gasp from the blonde. While they kissed, her hand on his stomach moved lower and into his boxers, enveloping his slowly hardening penis in her soft hand. She gently stroked it as blood flowed through it. making it harder with each passing second. Soon enough, his dick was fully hard, visibly poking out of his boxers. She didn't stop stroking him as his groans became louder, and soon she could feel the hard dick throb painfully. Naruto was surprised and annoyed that her gentle hand stopped stroking him suddenly and her warm lips separated from his. Looking at her, she only smiled teasingly and moved back to straddle his legs. Wasting no time, she hooked her fingers at the hem of his boxers and pulled them off, revealing his hard and stiff member to the world. It twitched at the feel of cold air brushing against it. Izumi saw how tortured it looked and swiftly moved lower to envelop the head with her lips. Naruto moaned as he felt her hot breath and her tongue caressing the head. Her hands were not idle, and she stroked him, bringing him closer to the edge. Moving her hand lower, she wrapped only her thumb and index finger around the base and squeezed lightly as her head lowered. Naruto moaned again as more and more of his dick disappeared in her warm and wet mouth. Her tongue danced around the hard rod, licking it and coating it with her saliva. She could feel the throbbing veins with the tip of her tongue. With another loud moan, Naruto came inside her mouth, coating her throat with his cum. Feeling the first rope of the hot liquid hit the back of her throat, she pulled back, letting only the head stay between her lips. Her mouth filled with his cum, her cheeks puffing from the amount of thick semen. Some of it managed to sneak through her lips, and a trail of cum trailed down her chin. As he stopped coming, Izumi allowed the head of his dick to fall out of her mouth. She then leaned her head back and swallowed until her mouth was free of sticky, white cum. She looked at him as she breathed harder, trying to catch her breath. She slowly scooped up the cum off her chin with her finger and licked it clean. The sight of that was enough to make Naruto hard again. She smiled at him and undid her kimono, letting his eyes roam her now naked body. Izumi was gorgeous with fair skin, slender waist, and large breasts, and Naruto thought his dick would explode again from simply watching her. Izumi saw the lust and desire in his eyes and leaned down to kiss him again, this time more passionately and hungrily. Meanwhile, her hips positioned above his raging hard-on, and the tip of his dick poked her wet opening. She began to lower her hips, letting more and more of his dick to disappear inside her. They moaned in unison as Naruto sheathed himself fully inside her. Izumi took a moment to adjust before she began to ride him. Moans of pleasure filled the room as she increased her pace. Her hands gripped his chest while his rested on her ass, squeezing it. He tried to match her pace with his own raising hips, but he failed. Not that it bothered her at all. Izumi then began to clench his dick tighter, which made the blonde groan in pleasure, and his dick throbbed painfully. Her lips smashed against his as she felt herself getting closer to her climax. Naruto could also feel it as her walls clenched his member in a vice grip. Her nails dug in his skin as she screamed her climax in his mouth. Naruto was not far away as his hands squeezed her as hard, and he began to empty himself inside her, groaning all the way. It took a while before the two came down there high, and Izumi slumped on his chest, his dick slipping out of her. They both panted heavily, their sweat mixing on their bodies. "Hey, are you relaxed now?" Izumi asked the boy beneath her with a panting giggle. Naruto could only nod. "Why, he gasped out. Izumi giggled again and pulled the covers over them. With their breathing back to normal, she rested her head on his chest while he wrapped his arms around her waist. Their eyes began to close from exhaustion, and the two could only wish each other good night with tired voices before they fell asleep. Before his eyes fully closed, Naruto thought training would be much, much easier. 3 people and 1 pig sat at a table in a small town near the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. 2 women and 1 man drank in silence as the time passed, and only exchange would be a glare from one of the women. Finally, not being able to endure the silence, the sole man of the group spoke. "Tsunade, we need your help," Jiraiya said almost pleadingly. A scoff was heard from the woman named Tsunade. "Not a chance, you old toad. I told you I cut my ties with that place long ago." "Well, Konoha did not cut ties with you," Jiraiya replied seriously. "Danzo's in charge now. It won't be long until he declares you a new Chunin. You think I can't handle Danzo's zombies? Who do you think I am, Jiraiya? Is that really what you want?" Jiraiya asked as he took a sip of his sake. "You want to run away as a new Chunin for the rest of your life?" "Better than going back to that place," Tsunade replied bitterly. "You know how much that village has taken from me." "Yes, I know," Jiraiya sighed. "But those two would never want your life to end up like this." A fierce glare was sent in his direction. "What the hell do you know?" I knew them well enough to know they would never want someone they loved to end up like a cowardly new Chunin. Jiraiya said heatedly. You knew what their dream was, didn't you? Yes, I did, Tsunade replied, her glare still ready. And look what that led them to. So you would let their sacrifice to be in vain? Jiraiya asked. Senseis as well? Better than to go to war we cannot win, Tsunade said with finality. Do you think you and that brat of yours can do anything against Danzo? Yes, Jiraiya replied firmly. Naruto knows how to end the root from the inside and find evidence that will turn the village against Danzo. And what worth is that brat of yours? He's just some snot-nosed genin who barely got his forehead protector. A Chunin, Jiraiya corrected. And he's damn strong. He beat the Shukaku by himself, and I already have him train on the Rasengan. Rasengan? Tsunade asked with a mild surprise. Why would you teach him that? Well, it is his father's technique, after all. A gasp was heard from both women. Why you couldn't mean? Tsunade whispered in shock. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, I do. Naruto, or should I say Uzumaki Naruto, is son of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina. Tsunade brought her hand to her mouth in shock. How? After the Kyuubi attacked and Minato sealed him, a child was found. Their child, Jiraiya said solemnly. I knew they were expecting, but I never knew when he was due. After I found out, I was already out of the village, but Sensei knew who that child was. I can't believe it, Tsunade said, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. If not for Konoha, would you help us at least for him? Jiraiya asked quietly. Tsunade stayed silent for a minute. Independent Illinois, think about it. All right, Jiraiya said as he stood up. I will wait at the north end of the village in the morning if you decide to come, and with that, he left. Silence reigned among two remaining women as time passed. Tsunade drank a full bottle of sake by then. Not being able to see her friend droning in sadness and alcohol, younger woman put a hand on her shoulder. Tsunade-sama, what will you do? Shizen asked quietly. Tsunade began with a sigh. I don't know. What do you think I should do? Shizen stayed quiet for a moment before responding. If not for Konoha, then do it for Naruto-kun. You are his godmother after all, she finished with a sad smile. And I'm sure Kushina-sama would love for you to be by his side. Tsunade sighed. You really have a way with words, you know that? Shizen only smiled. They stayed at the table for a while longer, drinking and thinking before they retired for the night. 2 weeks have passed since Naruto woke up after his fight with Kabuto. He mostly stayed indoors, going out only at night and for short amount of time. He had his training and Izumi to keep him busy, so he couldn't complain. He was already in the last stage of learning Rasengan. After finally popping the water balloon, he easily figured out the second step. Overloading the rubber ball was fairly easy with the amount of chakra he had, and now he just had to combine the 2 steps to finish the technique. He managed to do it once, but he couldn't contain the ball of chakra for more than few seconds. He also trained with his mother's Tanto. Using shadow clones, he managed to adjust his Kenjutsu style for closer combat, moving in and out to deal damage with the blade. When he inspected the blade closer, he noticed that channeling chakra through it was much easier than through his ninjato, and he began to add both wind and lightning chakra to the blade. With wind, he gained range and extreme sharpness which could cut through most things. With lightning, he gained extreme penetration abilities as well as cutting power. Now he wanted to be able to switch from one element to the other fast, so he could use it effectively in battle. His relationship with Izumi confused him though. He was sure he wasn't in love with her, but he couldn't deny that he liked her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sex with her almost every night. He knew there wouldn't be any kind of serious relationship after he left since he was a ninja on the run while she was a hostess in a different country. If he had to name it, he would say they were friends with benefits, a term he found in Jiraiya's book. And from what he saw, she didn't seem to mind. In all honesty though, Naruto was getting restless. His Kenjutsu training reached its peak, and the only way to improve it further would be through battles. He was also confident that he would finish the Rasengan in few days. After that, he would have nothing to do until Jiraiya returned. He sighed as another Rasengan failed to form in his palm. Clenching his tired fist, he dropped on the floor and lied down. It was close to midday, and Izumi would soon come to bring him lunch. He would have to thank the girl a lot, because he would probably go for days without eating. The sound of doors being opened caught his attention, and he turned his head expecting to see the green-eyed beauty, only to see the familiar figure of Jiraiya. Yo, the man greeted with a grin. Damn it, Jiraiya, I thought you died by now, Naruto replied with a sigh as he stood up and faced the man. Right, Jiraiya said flatly. What if I told you that I wanted to give you more time with Izumi-chan? Naruto blushed slightly. How do you know about that? Jiraiya's eyebrows rose as a grin split his face. I didn't. He replied with a giggle as Naruto slapped his forehead. So, Naruto began as his embarrassment faded. Since you returned, does that mean you found who you were looking for? Of course, Jiraiya replied with a huff. Jiraiya-sama, greatest spy in elemental nations. There is no one I can't find. Who is it? You'll meet her soon, was Jiraiya's reply. Now pack your stuff and say your goodbyes. We're leaving. They'll be ready in 5 minutes, Naruto said as he approached the door. They'll be waiting on the roof, Jiraiya replied and disappeared. Naruto shook his head with a chuckle as he entered the room he shared with Izumi. His pouches were on the desk, so he strapped them on, as well as the tanto on his lower back. Then he put his sandals on and turned to leave only to see Izumi standing at the door. She smiled at him as he approached her and wrapped her arms around him in a gentle hug. Safe travels, Naruto-kun. Her gentle voice calmed him, and he wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Thank you, Izumi-san. The beauty giggled. I told you not to call me that, Naruto-kun. I'm not that old. Naruto laughed slightly. All right, Izumi-chan. Izumi pulled back and smiled at the blonde before kissing him softly on the cheek. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Goodbye, he replied, and they separated. Naruto then left the room and went to the roof. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he appeared by his side and nodded. The blonde returned the nod, and they both disappeared with a shunshin. They reappeared in a forest outside the town, hidden by the dense trees. Naruto then looked at the bigger man. So when will I meet this mysterious woman you took so long to locate? He asked. Jiraiya snorted and pointed behind him. There she is, brat. And true to his words, a woman appeared, or two to be more precise. Both very beautiful, yet very different. One was a tall woman with blonde hair set in 2 pigtails. She had brown eyes, a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, and a pair of biggest breasts he had ever seen in his life. The second woman was shorter, with a short black hair and black eyes. Her black kimono covered her entire body, but her curves were still prominent. She also held a small pig in her arms wearing a red vest and a pearl necklace. The blonde approached him first. He had no problems watching only her face as he engraved the image of her breasts deeply in his mind. She stopped in front of him with a strange look in her eyes as she stared at his face. He raised a brow in curiosity and was about to ask her what's wrong when she spoke. You look just like her, she said softly, and Naruto's eyes widened. You have his hair and eyes, though. She let a soft smile as she watched his shocked expression. I'm so happy to finally meet you, Naruto. Then she did something that surprised everyone there. She hugged him. Naruto stood still in shock as a pair of strong, feminine arms wrapped around his shoulders and his face was buried in a pair of soft mounds. He was even more shocked when he felt tears fall on top of his head and the woman shuddered as she choked back a sob. I thought you died, she said quietly, her voice quivering. Naruto finally regained his composure and with some difficulty raised his head to look at the crying woman. Who are you? The woman forced a laugh as she released him and wiped her tears away. My name is Tsunade. I am your godmother. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. What? Tsunade laughed again, this time softer and less forced. I was a good friend of your mother for a long time. I watched her grow from a feisty little girl to a strong kunoichi she was. I loved her dearly, and when she asked me to be your godmother, I was overjoyed. Her smile then turned sad. I was away from the village before you were born. When I heard of her death, I was crushed. And I thought you died as well. Tsunade, Naruto said softly. In just 2 weeks, his life changed greatly. He found out that his parents loved him and that he even had godparents. It was a lot to take in, honestly. I don't know what to say. Tsunade smiled softly and hugged him again, and Naruto hugged her back. You don't have to say anything. Just know that I will be here for you when you need me. Naruto smiled and shut his eyes tight, preventing tears from escaping. Thank you. The other 2 people stood on the side, watching the heartfelt reunion with smiles. It was a few minutes later when the pair separated and Naruto turned towards the last unknown member of the group. The black-haired beauty smiled and approached him. It's great to finally meet you, Naruto-kun, she began. My name is Shizune, and I am Tsunade-sama's apprentice. And this is Taunton, she finished, raising the pig slightly. Naruto smiled at the two and gave them a small bow. It's nice to meet you, Shizen-san, Tannen-chan. Shizen smiled and Tannen oinked. You don't have to be so formal, Naruto-kun. Just call me Shizen. Naruto nodded with a smile. A cough was then heard from Jiraiya, and all turned to face him. Now that we're all well acquainted, it's time to discuss important matters, he said seriously. Of course, Tsunade said. As much as I would love to spend some time with my godson, I hear he got himself in quite a bit of trouble, she finished, giving Naruto a pointed look. Naruto huffed. Not my fault. Jiraiya chuckled. Be that as it may, you are in trouble now, so we have to plan ahead. So what now? Naruto asked. Now, we train, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade and Shizun will return to Konoha and be our inside informants while the two of us go somewhere else. Is that safe? Naruto asked with concern in his eyes. Don't worry, brat, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade can take care of herself, and, now that she will go back willingly, there won't be any problems. Won't Danzo be suspicious, though? Oh, you bet your ass he will, Jiraiya chuckled. That bastard will have his men watch her every move for a while, but he can't outright hurt her for no reason. Naruto nodded. What about us? We are going to the land of water, or more specifically, Kirigakure. What? Naruto asked in slight shock, feeling shared by the women as well. They are in the middle of civil war now. What could we possibly gain from going there? I know that, brat. We are going there to help the rebels win the war, Jiraiya replied. And we have much to gain. You'll get battle experience which is more valuable than any training, and we can possibly get some allies in the long run. And they will welcome us with open arms? Naruto asked skeptically. Not us. You, Jiraiya replied, pointing at him. They'll have to leave you there since I can't let Danzo find out I'm with you. It'll break my cover and possibly Tsunade's. Besides, I have a lead on a dangerous organization I need to check out. You sure this is safe? Naruto asked, this time with worry in his voice. Don't worry, Jiraiya ruffled his hair. I know you can take care of yourself. Naruto sighed and moved the man's hand off his head. What about my training? Sure, the experience is necessary, but it's not enough. They'll leave you a scroll with some techniques and give you some pointers as well, Jiraiya replied. You won't stagnate, trust me. Fine, Naruto said. Are we leaving immediately? Yeah, Jiraiya said. I wish I could give you two some more time to talk, but Tsunade has to get back to the village before Danzo sends his men after her. Don't worry, Naruto-chan, Tsunade said, seeing the sad look in his eyes. We'll have a drink after you return to the village. Naruto looked at her in annoyance at the name before smiling slightly. Sure. Well then, Jiraiya began. Let's go. Without any more words, for Shinobi jumped to the trees and headed south. Danzo sat in his chair as his hand gripped the report he was holding. It has been over 2 weeks now and there was no sign of Naruto anywhere. He had sent out the best tracking teams in Konoha and none of them found anything. He still cursed Orochimaru for failing. He had another trouble on his mind, however. It was time to deal with Tsunade as he couldn't allow her to wander around anymore. She was an important pawn in this game, being the strongest kunoichi in Konoha. Danzo would give her one chance to come willingly. If she refused, she would be branded as a nuke and hunted down. Fu, he said suddenly, and a single ninja appeared before him. Take a team and locate Senju Tsunade and bring her back. Hiruzen may have given her leniency, but I will not. If she refuses, you have permission to take her down. As you command, Danzo-sama, Fu replied emotionlessly and disappeared. With the task given, Danzo returned to his thinking. He was already planning on invading some smaller countries, but it was still too early to set those plans to motion. Now he had to strengthen his forces to show that Konoha was still strong even without their Jinchuriki. When Naruto was found, however, all of his plans could begin. Team 7 walked through the gates of Konoha after their mission. With Naruto's absence, they were given another member, Sai. The boy was a capable shinobi, although his social skills were terrible. The moment he met the team, he gave them weird nicknames and basically insulted them. His presence wasn't the only change in the team. When Naruto left, Kakashi began to seriously train his 2 remaining students, focusing on their weaknesses as well as strengths. He gave Sakura training in endurance and Jinjutsu, while Sasuke trained with and without his Sharingan. The 2 Genin also changed a lot. Sakura was a lot quieter, and she began to take her training seriously. She also stopped pestering Sasuke and spent her free time in the library, reading about any possible skills she found useful as well as finding out as much as possible about the world beyond the walls of Konoha. Sasuke changed the most, though. After Kakashi put him in his place, his attitude changed completely. He no longer belittled his peers and tried to be cordial with them when they crossed paths. He was still a social and didn't seek friendship, but he acknowledged people around him. Kakashi could honestly say that he was proud of them. In a way, Naruto's disappearance made them better even if the price was high. He sighed as he thought about his former student. He didn't believe he was a traitor and was glad his students thought the same. He wished he could talk to him and find out the truth, but that was impossible. All he could do now was do his best as a sensei and wait. When Jiraiya returned to the village, he would be sure to talk to him. For figures could be seen running across the trees of the Land of Fire. The plan was to travel together for a while before they would split so they could talk about the plan more. Currently, they were just east of Hokage in a large clearing where they stopped to rest. It was the final point before they went separate ways. "Take care of yourself, Naruto," Tsunade said as she gave the blonde a gentle hug. "You too," Naruto replied as he returned it. The two then separated and Naruto went to stand by Jiraiya. "You know the plan, Tsunade," Jiraiya said, and Tsunade gave him a nod. "Now all that's left is—" His speech was cut short as they all had to dodge a hail of shuriken heading their way. The first shinobi went into battle stances as they scanned their surroundings for the location of the enemy. They didn't have to look for long as two figures appeared. A tall man with blue skin and a huge sword on his back, and a shorter man with long black hair and a pair of Sharingan eyes. They both wore identical black cloaks with red clouds on them. "Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame," Jiraiya said warily as he stared the two down. Other three tensed immediately as they knew who these two were. Kisame grinned. "Glad to know we're known around Itachi?" Itachi said nothing as he merely stared at Naruto. The bond was unnerved at the stare, and he could feel something trying to invade his mind. Pulsing out his chakra, he canceled the genjutsu and lowered his gaze. "Don't look in his eyes," he said seriously. "Looks like the brat is smarter than he looks," Kisame said mockingly. "Indeed," Itachi replied stoically. "What do 2S-ranked shinobi such as yourselves want with us?" Jiraiya asked dangerously. If these two were here, the fight was unavoidable. Such criminals did not appear for idle chit-chat. "We care none of you," Itachi said. "It's Naruto-kun that is our target." "Oh really?" Jiraiya asked. "And why is that?" "It is none of your concern," Itachi said. "If you would be so kind and allow us to take him, we do not have to fight." A scoff was hard. "Yeah right. I guess we have to fight then, huh?" Tsunade asked. Itachi glanced at the woman for a moment. "Kisame, take her out." Kisame didn't wait for even a second after he heard that, and charged at the woman with a manic grin. He appeared in front of her in a second with, swinging a kunai. The group tensed and went to help her, but before they could even take a step, Kisame was back by Itachi's side. "Worked as a charm," Kisame said with a grin, and everyone looked at Tsunade. The woman in question was shaking uncontrollably and her face was covered in drops of blood. Jiraiya watched her in shock before looking at Kisame. Blood dripped from his left hand, and Jiraiya realized that the kunai wasn't heading for Tsunade at all. "What's wrong with her?" Naruto asked in slight panic after seeing the strongest woman in the world shivering like a leaf on the water. "She's afraid of blood," Jiraiya replied curtly. "Shizen, stay back and take care of her." "Are you sure, Jiraiya-sama?" Shizen asked. Jiraiya nodded. "We'll be fine." Shizen gave him an unsure nod and grabbed her mentor before jumping away from them. The two ninja now looked at their opponents. "So how do you want to do this, kid?" Jiraiya asked the boy at his side. He wanted to see how analytical Naruto's mind was. "He'll take the big guy," Naruto said looking at Kisame. "He is a straightforward fighter who uses his sword and water ninjutsu. I can counter him with my Raiton." On the other hand, he glanced at Itachi briefly, careful not to look in his eyes. "I have no experience in fighting against Sharingan and am not much against Genjutsu." Jiraiya gave him a proud look before looking at his opponent. "All right then. Be careful, Naruto. Kisame is an extremely strong shinobi." "Yeah, I know," Naruto replied looking at the grinning Kisame. "It seems you ladies finally reached some consensus," Kisame said mockingly. "Shall we dance?" He finished and gripped his sword before charging at them. Naruto quickly unsheathed his tanto and met his charge head-on. Two weapons clashed, and Naruto thought his arm would break. Kisame had the strength of a rhino, and it took everything Naruto had not to drop on the ground. With a roar, Naruto pushed his tanto forward and deflected the giant sword before spinning and shooting a roundhouse kick to Kisame's head. It failed, however, as Kisame lifted his arm and blocked the kick. That stung a bit, the blue-skinned man said, and Naruto quickly jumped away to avoid the weapon heading for his head. Then he'll make sure it stings even more, Naruto replied, and lightning chakra coated his arms and legs as well as his tanto. Kisame only grinned. Bring it on, kid. And the two charged again. Jiraiya and Itachi took a calmer approach to a battle as they stared each other down. First move was always critical in a fight. It would make it or break it, and only those of highest skill could salvage a failed first attack. Jiraiya considered his options as he remembered everything he knew about Itachi. The Uchiha was all around a perfect fighter. His taijutsu was great, and his ninjutsu, as well as jinjutsu, was on a whole different level as befitting of an Uchiha. It was a slight twitch of Itachi's hand that warned him, and Jiraiya quickly spun around with a kunai in his hand to block the blade of Itachi's clone. With a strong kick, he dispelled the clone but couldn't rest as he had to block another attack from the real Itachi. Itachi didn't give him a chance to retaliate, though, as a stream of fire escaped from his mouth. Jiraiya quickly used Kawarimi to evade the attack and appeared behind the Uchiha. Itachi jumped in the air to avoid a kunai to his neck and spun around to send a hail of kunai at the Sannin to prevent him from attacking while he was in the air. Landing a safe distance away, Itachi sent a ball of fire from his mouth right at Jiraiya, who slammed his hands on the ground, and a wall of dense mud rose to protect him. As the fire died out, Jiraiya channeled chakra to his right arm and punched the mud wall. Blocks of hardened mud were sent at Itachi at high speed, promising heavy damage if they hit. Itachi predicted the trajectories of the blocks with his Sharingan and evaded them, all the while making a set of hand seals. A large dragon made of fire escaped his mouth and flew at Jiraiya, who spewed a wall of water from his mouth. The two techniques met with a loud explosion, and the area around Jiraiya was enveloped with steam. Itachi carefully scanned his surroundings, but he quickly had to jump in the air to avoid a pair of hands that tried to pull him underground. He wasn't given any time of rest as Jiraiya burst out of the ground and sent a ball of fire at him. Itachi was enveloped in fire instantly. Jiraiya was still on high alert, which proved beneficial as he managed to block a kunai that would have sliced his neck. Itachi's cloak was slightly singed, but other than that, he was unharmed. Jiraiya quickly sent chakra to his hair, and his ponytail grew in length to wrap around Itachi. The Uchiha pushed his kunai forward, making Jiraiya take a step back and jumped away to avoid the attack. He threw several kunai at Jiraiya, which multiplied in dozens, and the Sannin manipulated his hair to wrap around him in a protective cocoon. The kunai bounced off the hardened hair and fell to the ground, and Itachi sent another fireball at Jiraiya. Jiraiya had no time to dodge, and this time he was enveloped in fire. His only defense was his hardened hair. It wasn't much, but it was still enough to protect him while he charged through the inferno at Itachi. His clothes smoked at the hems, and his wild hair flayed around, flying at Itachi again. Itachi scoffed and evaded, but that gave Jiraiya a split-second opening. Not stopping his charge, Jiraiya channeled chakra in his right hand, and a blue ball of dense, spiraling chakra formed. He extended his hand forward, aiming for Itachi's ribs. The Uchiha's eyes widened, and, thanks to all of his hard-earned battle experience, he managed to avoid a broken ribcage by a hair. He didn't evade it completely, though, and he was sent flying. Itachi managed to catch himself in the air and land on his feet, but his hand still went to clutch his ribs. He could feel at least two broken from the attack. Had the Rasengan hit fully, his ribs would be crushed, and he would most likely die. Sparing a moment to wipe a trail of blood of his mouth, he gazed at his opponent. "You are as strong as they say, Jiraiya-sama," Itachi said stoically. "You are truly a terrifying opponent." Jiraiya knew his opponent was just fishing for time, but did not try to attack as he also needed a moment to rest. It was quite some time since his last high-level fight. "I can say the same thing about you, Itachi," Jiraiya said. "So much power, yet you are so young." "I'm afraid that this fight won't go anywhere if we keep on like this," Itachi said as his Sharingan started to spin. "How about we raise the stakes?" Jiraiya grinned. "Oh, I was hoping you would say that." Naruto parried another swing of Kisame's sword to the side and raised his lightning-coated leg to land a strong kick to the man's face. This time, Kisame didn't block as he knew the lightning chakra would most likely paralyze his arm. He leaned his head back, avoiding the kick, and swung his sword back to catch the offending leg. Naruto saw the action and quickly diverted his leg towards the sword. The leg and the sword met with a loud bang, and Naruto kicked off the sword, spinning around with the added momentum to kick Kisame's ribs. Kisame grunted in annoyance and jumped away to evade before thrusting his sword forward and charging. Naruto, still in the spinning motion, bent his stationary leg in a crouch to let the sword pass over his head before clashing his tanto against the offending weapon and sending it to the air. Using the created opening, he pointed his tanto at his opponent and thrust it towards the man. Kisame saw the sharp blade heading for his heart and quickly kicked Naruto's hand, making him lose the grip on his tanto. The tanto slipped out of his hand and stabbed the ground several feet away. With his weapon lost, Naruto jumped away to gain some distance. "You're pretty good for a brat," Kisame said while grinning as he leaned his sword on his shoulder. "And you're pretty good for a fish," Naruto replied with his own grin. Kisame's grin took on a malicious glint. "Oh, I will enjoy shredding you apart," he said as he pointed his sword at the blonde. "I'd like to see you try," Naruto said with a smirk. Kisame reacted immediately as he spun around to slice Naruto's shadow clone in two, leaving his back to Naruto. That opening was all the original needed as his hands flashed through hand seals and a beam of lightning flew from his mouth straight at Kisame. The bigger man saw the beam from the corner of his eye and smirked. It was a good strategy. Not good enough, though. Naruto watched in shock as Kisame's raised sword absorbed his lightning beam in mere seconds. What more, he could swear he heard the sword groan in delight as if it just had a pleasant meal. His eyes shifted back to Kisame's grinning face. "What the hell was that?" Naruto asked. "Like it?" Kisame asked with a chuckle. "This is Samahata. It absorbs chakra and shreds," he added as the bandages covering the sword were ripped apart. Naruto could now see the sword in its full glory of blue spikes. "I think we played enough, don't you?" With that, he charged at Naruto again. Naruto barely managed to dodge a swipe that would rip his head off and backflip away to avoid a kick to his chin. Making two shadow clones, Naruto's hands flashed through hand seals as the clones charged at Kisame. The clones were instantly destroyed, but they gave the original enough time to complete his technique. Taking a deep breath, Naruto blew a strong gust of wind at his opponent. Kisame raised his sword to protect himself from the attack, but he could do nothing as the small wind blades cut up his arms and legs. As the attack ended, Kisame lowered his sword only to notice that Naruto wasn't where he was before. Sharpening his senses, he barely turned around to block an attack from behind. While Kisame was distracted by Naruto's previous attack, the blonde snatched his tanto out of the ground and attacked the man from behind. His surprise attack failed, and now he was pushing his weapon against the much larger sword with all his might. His teeth clenched as Kisame began to overpower him, and with a roar of defiance he pushed harder. Then, bright light engulfed them. Shizune watched with wide eyes as two battles raged in front of her. She knew Jiraiya was strong and he could match Itachi easily, but she never expected Naruto to be able to fight against the S-ranked Kisame and survive. The boy held his ground and matched Kisame perfectly, but she knew the Nukenin wasn't going all out. If he was, Naruto would probably be dead by now. Tsunade was by her side, still trembling, yet her eyes never left the blonde boy fighting in front of her. She cursed herself for her weakness that prevented her from helping him. She hated being useless deadweight, but she could do nothing against it. The blood on her face brought all those painful memories back. Dan, Nawaki, and all the others that she couldn't save appeared before her eyes again. She watched Naruto sending a gust of wind at Kisame before attacking him from behind. Then she gasped in shock as the light appeared. At first there was nothing. Then a pained scream echoed across the clearing. Jiraiya and Itachi stopped their fight to look at the other fighting pair from where the scream came. Their eyes widened as the light died down, and they could see what happened there. Naruto stood there with a weapon in his hands. It wasn't his tanto, however, as the small blade transformed. In his hands now was a great sword, with a straight and wide blade as black as night, and as long as he was tall. The blade was connected to a long handle wrapped in white tape with excess tape hanging from the pommel. And in front of him was Kisame, kneeling, and missing his left arm. The spectators watched in shock as Kisame's arm rolled on the ground and blood poured from his shoulder. The man in question watched the stump in shock as he stopped screaming, barely believing what he was seeing. Naruto was shocked as well, more because of the huge weapon that appeared in his hands. Even with the bigger size, the sword was still light, and he had no problem holding it up. The black blade gleamed in the sun, and the blood on it looked almost purple under the sun. "Oh, it's so good to be out again. What's up, Kushi-cha? Who the hell are you?" Naruto watched his sword in shock as a voice appeared in his head. A voice that seemed to originate from the sword itself. The voice was surprisingly feminine and nothing like one would expect seeing the dangerous blade. He was cringed slightly as the voice began to scream in his head. "Who the hell are you and why are you wielding me? Where is Kushi-chan?" "What the hell?" Naruto muttered quietly. The voice growled cutely, preparing for another rant when it was interrupted by a much lower and more sinister growl. Naruto looked down at his opponent and saw the murderous glare sent his way. His blood chilled as those small, beady eyes locked with his, promising painful death. "You," Kisame growled at the blonde. "You bastard. You're dead." With a loud scream, Kisame rose and charged at Naruto, swinging his sword wildly. Naruto managed to block each swing with his own giant blade, as Kisame seemed slower than before. His face was pale, extremely so, and each swing seemed weaker than before. Blood oozed from his stump like a river, and it probably wouldn't stop anytime soon. Blocking a rather weak swing, Naruto pushed Kisame's sword aside and spun around to slice Kisame's head off his shoulders. And Kisame could do nothing to stop it. Jiraiya watched the scene unfolding with wide eyes, his battle with Itachi seemingly forgotten. He couldn't believe he would see that blade again or that Naruto could use it so easily. He also couldn't believe that Naruto had an S-ranked new Chunin at his mercy. So lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice his opponent rush towards his fallen teammate until it was too late. Itachi ran with all his might towards Naruto and Kisame. He appeared before them in an instant, brandishing a ninjato and using it to block Naruto's blade from decapitating his partner. No moves were wasted as he batted the larger blade aside and swung his ninjato towards Naruto. The blonde was completely and utterly unprepared for this interruption, and he could do nothing as Itachi's ninjato sliced along the right side of his face. Naruto couldn't even scream in pain as he felt his eye being sliced as Itachi stabbed the ninjato straight through his chest. Naruto's mouth opened in a silent scream as he dropped to his knees with a sword sticking out of his chest. Itachi wasted no moment as he grabbed his partner's collar and jumped on a huge crow he summoned. Just in time as a chakra-coated fist slammed into the ground where he stood only a second ago. As the bird flew away, Itachi's Sharingan clearly saw enraged Tsunade glaring at him. As the two Akatsuki members vanished, Tsunade's rage turned into intense worry as she looked at the boy behind her. Naruto was pale and on the verge of unconsciousness as blood leaked from his chest. She could also see the damage on his face as well as his eye, but she couldn't do anything about it. She had to deal with the sword wound, or he would die, and she would kill herself before she let that happen. She gently laid him on the ground and swiftly pulled out the sword from his chest. Her glowing hands immediately landed on the wound, beginning the difficult process of healing. She didn't even notice as Jiraiya and Shizune appeared by her side. The only thing on her mind was Naruto and his life that hanged on a thread. Amigakure was one of those villages that were wounded the most during ninja wars. Since its country bordered the lands of fire, wind, and earth, it was an ideal battlefield. Being a neutral ground for the three big villages, they could lash out at each other without bringing any damage to their countries. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Aim's population. Villages were destroyed and many innocent people were killed, while Amigakure lost any ninja that was caught in the crossfire. The hidden village itself was mostly undamaged, but the damage to the rest of the country weakened it greatly. It was only due to Hanzo that the village wasn't utterly destroyed. After the war, however, even Hanzo was killed, by his own countrymen no less. And now Amigakure was ruled by a man known as Pain. He was revered by the populace as a god with unmatched strength and he certainly didn't dispute their claims. Currently, the orange-haired god was standing at the top floor of the tallest tower in Amigakure, silently observing his village as the rain poured around him. His gaze was cold and his posture relaxed as his senses spread across the village. He was expecting a report from his two subordinates, yet none came as of yet. He wasn't worried about them, knowing their strength, but their silence was disturbing. His eyes snapped to the left as he felt them approaching at fast speed. He also noticed that one of the signatures was incredibly weak and his brow furrowed. It wasn't long before a large bird flew beside him and entered the tower as its two riders dropped on the floor. The crow dispelled, leaving a cloud of smoke, and Pain's eyebrows rose as he saw one of his strongest subordinates crippled. Itachi, what is the meaning of this? Pain asked stoically, his eyes on Kisame's bleeding shoulder. Later, Pain-sama, Itachi replied. Kisame is in need of medical assistance now. I can see that, Pain said impassively. Zetsu, take Kisame to the infirmary and prepare an arm for him. As you wish, a plant-like man who appeared out of the floor said. The walking abomination picked the blue swordsman up and took him to the infirmary, leaving Itachi and Pain alone. Well? Pain asked, although it sounded more as an order. We have located the Jinchuriki and went to test him, as per your orders, Itachi began. He was in company of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and another kunoichi. Kisame incapacitated Tsunade immediately, and he took on the Jinchuriki while I handled Jiraiya. You expect me to believe that a genin managed to hurt Kisame to this extent? Pain asked with a hint of a frown on his face. Yes, Itachi replied. At first, Kisame handled him easily, but, in a stroke of luck, the Uzumaki managed to cut off Kisame's arm. He also would have killed him had I not intervened. And what stroke of luck was that? The Akatsuki leader inquired. In the middle of the fight, Uzumaki's Tanto blade transformed into a broadsword, Itachi said, and Pain's eyebrows rose. The blade was in a perfect position to cut off the arm. As I said, a stroke of luck. I see, Pain said thoughtfully. What of his other skills? Other than Kenjutsu, he showed aptness in Futon and Right-on Ninjutsu, Itachi said as he finished his report. Pain stayed silent and thought for a moment. And this sword, do you know anything about it? Itachi shook his head. At first, it was a simple tanto. Even Uzumaki was surprised when it transformed. Do you have any idea what it might be? It doesn't sound familiar, Pain replied, shaking his head. No matter, it's not important. For now, you will wait for Kisame to heal before you are deployed for another mission. As you wish, Pain-sama, Itachi replied and bowed to his leader before leaving the room. Pain silently watched the rain fall, thinking about the recent events. Having Kisame incapacitated for a longer while was not a major setback, but it still wasn't anything good. The man was a fierce fighter and could complete any mission given. His eyes snapped to the side as he felt his longtime friend approach. It seems that the Kyubi Jinchuriki is stronger than we thought. An emotionless feminine voice spoke behind Pain. The man turned around, and his eyes landed on his friend, a young beautiful woman with blue hair and amber eyes. Her stoic gaze bellied no emotions as she looked at her friend right in the eyes. It seems so, Conan, Pain replied just as stoically. What will you do now, Nagato? Conan asked. Will you send someone else after the Kyubi? No. Pain shook his head. He's not important at the moment. After we seal the other beasts, then I will personally go after the Kyubi. Aren't you worried he will grow stronger in the future? Conan asked. It is of no importance, Pain replied stoically. He will never be a match for a god. With that, the conversation ended and both turned to look at the falling rain. In a small town on the fire and water border, a single individual slept in a hotel. He was lying on a bed, his chest and half of his face covered in bandages. His long hair spread across the pillow as he breathed evenly. The door to his room opened and a young black-haired woman entered, moving to the bed to check up on him. Shizun's hands glowed with chakra as she checked the blonde's condition. His wounds healed nicely in the 5 days he was unconscious, and she was expecting him to wake up any time now. And just as she thought that, a single blue eye cracked open and she leaned over the blonde. Good morning, Naruto-kun, she said softly, looking at his face. The blonde in question didn't even hear her, nor did he notice her at first, as his thoughts slowly started to drift back to the last moment he remembered, a sword being lodged in his chest. Am I dead? Naruto thought tiredly. His eye finally noticed the woman above him. Who is she? Is she an angel? He thought as his eye tried to focus on the blurry image of her face. He saw her dark eyes flash in concern and her pink lips move. A single thought ran through his mind as he looked at her. She's pretty. His arms suddenly raised, and he cupped the back of her head before he, much to her shock, pulled her down and kissed her. Shizun's eyes went wide as Naruto's dry lips connected with hers. He wasted no time as he pushed his tongue between her parted lips, finding hers immediately. To him, her soft lips felt heavenly, and he relished in them hungrily, moving his other hand to her cheek and deepening the kiss. Shizune stood there frozen as her lips unconsciously began to move alongside Naruto's. She wanted to pull back and break the kiss, but something inside her urged her on to continue. She didn't have much experience as she traveled with Tsunade most of her life, and she had to keep her master out of trouble, which didn't leave her much time for relationships. She couldn't even remember when was the last time she kissed someone. Their kissing session was suddenly stopped when a cough resounded through the room. Shizune shot up instantly and looked at the source, her face as red as a tomato. Naruto also looked at the intruder, and he saw a beautiful blonde woman with huge breasts. "Am I interrupting?" Tsunade asked in amusement. Her lips quirked into a smirk. "TT Tsunade-sama." Shizune squeaked, covering her red face. "What the?" Naruto croaked out quietly as his ears finally registered the sounds around him. He tried to sit up, but a sharp pain in his chest stopped him, and he immediately dropped back on the bed as a groan escaped his mouth. "Good morning, brat," Tsunade greeted the blonde. "Good to see you're awake." "I am not dead?" he asked quietly as the busty woman moved to him and helped him drink some water from a glass by his bed. "Of course you're not dead. You had my pretty self to heal you after all," Tsunade said with a laugh as she placed the glass back on the nightstand. Then, Naruto sputtered in reply as his eyes moved to the blushing form of Shizune. Tsunade chuckled in amusement. "It seems you had a good time making out with my apprentice, brat. Should I be worried?" Naruto soon sprouted a blush of his own. "I'm sorry, Shizune-san," he said embarrassedly. "It's all right, Naruto-kun," Shizune replied, still blushing. Another bout of laughter escaped Tsunade's lips as she looked at the other two. Her laughter soon drew out another person as Jiraiya of the Sannin appeared at the doorway. "You're awake," he exclaimed as he looked at his godson. Then he noticed the blush on his face, as well as on Shizune's, and the laughing Tsunade. "What did I miss?" "Oh, nothing much," Tsunade replied, waving her hand in amusement. "Just our two students making out like teenagers." Jiraiya had a huge grin on his face as he heard that, and he patted Naruto on the back. "Good job, kid." "Shut up," Naruto replied, rolled his shoulders to ease the stiffness in them. "So what the hell happened? Last I remember was me almost cutting that fish's head off then." His hand suddenly shot up to his face, and he felt the bandages around it. "Don't tell me." "Yeah, Itachi happened," Jiraiya replied. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I failed to stop him in time." Naruto clenched his fists as the memory of Itachi's sword flashed through his mind. "No, it was my fault. I completely disregarded my surroundings." "I'm sorry I couldn't save your eye, Naruto," Tsunade said as she put her hand on his shoulder. "It seems Itachi's sword was coated in some sort of poison that cauterized your wounds extremely fast. I had to focus on your chest wound, or else you would lose much more than an eye." Naruto nodded in understanding and swung his legs over the bed before attempting to stand up. His legs almost gave out on him, but Tsunade was quick to catch him. "You shouldn't move yet," she said softly as he removed her hands off him. "I have to see," he replied and walked toward the mirror that was on the wall, unwrapping his bandages with each step. He looked at his reflection and frowned. First thing he noticed was the scar on the right side of his face. It went from above his brow and over his eye. The eye itself had a gash running straight through the iris, and the crystal blue was lost under the ugly dark coloration. His eyes then went lower and landed on a scar on his chest. His fingers idly traced both scars before he shut his eyes and clenched his fist. He slowly wrapped the bandages back around his face to hide the ugly eye before turning back to others. "How long until we leave?" "As soon as Tsunade says you're fit for traveling," Jiraiya replied. He saw that Naruto buried what he really felt now, but he didn't push him. He would talk when he was ready. "We were supposed to be in the land of water by now. We also can't risk being seen by Danzo's men who are surely looking for Tsunade by now." Naruto nodded and turned to Tsunade, who sighed. "As much as I would love to make you stay in bed, I know I can't. Your wounds are healed by now, but you should still take it easy for a while." "All right," Naruto said, and sat back on the bed. Then he noticed he was only in his boxers. "Where are my clothes? And my gear?" Jiraiya tossed him a bundle of clothes and his pouches. "Your clothes are messed up from the fight, and I don't have another set on me," he said as Naruto began to dress. "And your sword is over there." He finished pointing at the weapon leaned on the wall. Fully dressed, Naruto went to his sword and picked it up. It was as light as he remembered, which was strange for a blade of its size. He also remembered a strange voice coming from it, but it was silent at the moment. Figuring it was probably his imagination, he focused on a much bigger problem at hand. How will he carry the sword around? Jiraiya noticed his problem and smirked before tossing something to the blonde. I made this for you. It's not much, but it will do the job for now. Naruto caught the object and noticed it was a strap for the sword. Strapping it around his back, he locked the sword in it and nodded. It wasn't anything special, but it worked. Seeing he was ready, he turned to Jiraiya. Shall we? Jiraiya nodded. Let's go then. Tsunade, Shizune, it was nice to see you again. He smiled at the two women and left the room. Now left alone with the women, Naruto bowed. I want to thank you for everything. You saved my life. Tsunade smiled and hugged him gently. Don't mention it. Just be safe, all right? Naruto nodded as he returned the hug. The two separated and Naruto turned to Shizune. Thank you as well, Shizune-san, he said with a small blush on his face as he remembered their kiss. Shizune also had a small blush as she approached him and wrapped her arms around him. It was nothing. Be careful, Naruto-kun, she finished and tightened her hold for a moment before they separated. Sparing a small smile to both women, Naruto turned around and left the room, following after his sensei. The pair of student and teacher were currently on a trade ship which would lead them to the shores of the land of water. Both hinged into a couple of forgettable men so as to hide themselves from Kiri's main forces. They would get off the ship when it would stop at the port on the main island before they would run the rest of the way toward the rebel camp. The rebels set the camp on the south of the main island and used the island's natural defenses to hide it. It was a good distance away from Kirigakure, surrounded by rocks and mist, so it was extremely difficult to locate. It was only because of Jiraiya's extensive spy network that the man knew where it was. Sitting inside a small, two-bedroom, the two men waited patiently for their trip to end. They were traveling by sea for over a day now, and it would take only a few more hours to reach the land. After a full night rest, Jiraiya found it a good time to talk to Naruto about his training for the following time. Producing a scroll, he handed it to Naruto, who took it with a raised brow. What's this? Your training regime, Jiraiya replied. I included a book of basic and moderate Fuinjutsu, as well as some of my own techniques and seals for you to practice on. By the time we meet again, I expect you to learn everything inside it. Naruto nodded and stored the scroll in his pouch. You got it. But just so you know, I'm still skeptical about this whole thing. Why would the rebels let us help them? Or train me? Because we have something they will surely want, Jiraiya said, pulling out another scroll and unsealing it. The item that appeared made Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. That's Zabuza's sword, he said. Could be Kiribocho. Exactly, Jiraiya said, sealing the sword back. Kakashi told me about it, so I went away to pick it up. Naruto sighed as he remembered his first mission out of the village. It was both physically and emotionally taxing for him and his team as they had faced hardships that they never faced before. They ended up victorious, but they were scarred for life. It was necessary, though, Naruto mused. It made him grow as a shinobi. They'll trade the sword for your training, Jiraiya said. Besides, they need all the help they can get, and you're practically a one-man army with your clones. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Jiraiya's plan was sound, and the probability of failing was slim. The rebels certainly couldn't let a sword as powerful as the Kubi Kiribocho fall into the wrong hands. A horn of the ship was suddenly heard, notifying them that the ship was about to land in the port. The two shared a serious look and packed their stuff as they prepared to leave. An hour has passed since they docked, and the two were currently running south towards the rebel camp. It was getting late, and the afternoon sun was slowly dimming through the island's mist. By Jiraiya's estimate, they would reach the camp very soon, and Naruto was grateful for that. He needed a good sleep to land after such a long trip. It wasn't long before the two sensed several other presences in the area, and they tensed, already making plans for if the worst happened. Landing on a small clearing, the two were surrounded by 4 individuals, each wearing a Kiri forehead protector. Stop where you are, the leader of the 4 said with a commanding voice. He was a man in his 30s with blue hair and an eye patch over his right eye, wearing a green kimono. He also had a talisman hanging off his ears. State your names and purpose on this land. Jiraiya of the Sannin and Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya responded in a tone equally as commanding. We're here to speak to the rebel leader. The 4 ninja visibly tensed as they heard that. Jiraiya was well known over the word and considered one of the strongest shinobi in the world. The fact that he knew that the rebels were located somewhere around here made the situation even more grave. Why do you want to see our leader? The same man asked, trying to keep the composure in his voice. He knew his team did not stand a chance against Jiraiya, so attacking him was out of the question. The best course of action was to just talk it out. "That is for your leader to hear," Jiraiya replied with finality. The man sighed and nodded. It was pointless of trying to find out anything from Jiraiya if the man didn't want to reveal anything. He could also just kill them and continue towards the camp, so trying to fool him was useless. That left only one option. "Follow me," he said, and the group of 6 continued to run again. It wasn't long before a large camp appeared in front of them. It was filled with tents, and people were milling around, resting or training outside the camp. When the group began to walk through the camp, many saw them, and tense seeing 2 unfamiliar people. The fact that they were walking with their second-in-command quelled their worries a little, though. Soon they found themselves in front of the largest tent, and the leader signaled the group to stay outside while he went inside to announce the newcomers. Few minutes later, he returned and motioned Naruto and Jiraiya to follow him inside. As they entered, they were met by 2 other people. One was a boy barely older than Naruto with spiky blue hair and a strange sword on his back. The other was a beautiful woman with long auburn hair and green eyes, wearing a blue battle dress. Also, neither could miss her impressively large bust. Her single revealed eye focused on the newcomers, and she stood up and walked around her desk, letting her eyes roam the 2 ninja. She looked at Naruto first and noticed the bandages over his face. She also noticed he was quite young, so it was unfortunate to lose an eye at such age. Her eye then traced his whisker marks, which she found incredibly cute, and, if the situation was different, she would probably be rubbing them instantly. He was also built well for a shinobi, and his chakra level was extremely high. The second ninja, however, she immediately recognized. Long, white hair and the oil plate on his forehead were a dead giveaway on who the man was. Now she understood how these outsiders found them. She stopped in front of her desk and addressed the 2. "I am Terumi Mei, the leader of the rebel forces. AO here informed me that you have something to discuss with me." "Pleasure to meet you, Terumi-san," Jiraiya began with a small bow of his head. "I am Jiraiya, and this is Naruto. We have come here to offer you help with the war." Mei raised a brow. A ninja of another village wouldn't come here offering help with such a thing unless he asked for something heavy in return, she said, giving the man a suspicious glance. "So please cut to the chase." Jiraiya smirked at the woman's perceptiveness. "That is correct, but what I'm asking is training for Naruto here." Now Mei was even more confused. "Why would you want us to train him?" she asked, glancing at Naruto. "Shouldn't Konoha be the one to do it?" She immediately noticed how Naruto flinched at the mention of his village. "There were some circumstances which prevented Naruto from staying in the village," Jiraiya replied. "Why should we spare our time for him?" Mei asked. "Also, why would you even want to help us in the war?" "Because it would give him battle experience as well as a potential ally in the future," Jiraiya began. "As for why, we have something you would surely like to have in your possession." "And what would that be?" Mei asked suspiciously. "The sword of Momochi Zabuza." The eyes of the 3 Kiri rebels widened significantly, and Mei took a step back. That sword was one of the legendary 7 swords Kiri's swordsmen used, and having it in their possession would be invaluable. "How did you get in possession of that sword?" she asked. "Did you kill Zabuza?" "No, it wasn't me," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. "From what I've heard, he died fighting a group of Gatos mercenaries. Naruto here was on a mission with his team at the time, so he might be able to tell you more about it." Maisai switched to Naruto momentarily before moving back to Jiraiya. She nodded curtly. "All right, that would be a fair trade. I will allow Naruto here to help us in the war, as well as have him trained in exchange for the sword." Jiraiya grinned and pulled a scroll out of his pouch. "Excellent. I promise you won't be disappointed," he said, patting Naruto on the back. "He'll be a great help for you," he finished, placing the scroll on her desk. Mei took the scroll and unsealed its contents, and, with a puff of smoke, a giant sword appeared. The Kiri ninja gazed at the sword in wonder, before Mei turned to Naruto. "All right, they'll have Chojuro take you to your tent, and you will report here in the morning so we can discuss your position here." She finished motioning to the blue-haired boy wearing goggles. "Well then," Jiraiya began, patting Naruto on the back. "Be good and train hard. They'll see you in a while." Yeah, Naruto replied, waving him off. "Just don't get lost again." Jiraiya scoffed. "Shut up, brat," he said before turning to Mei. "Thank you for your time, Terumi-san." Mei nodded. "Thank you for the sword, Jiraiya-san. I give you my word we will train Naruto to the best of our abilities." Jiraiya returned the nod and looked at Naruto. Well, see you later, Naruto, he said, turning towards the entrance of the tent. Yeah, Naruto said as he watched the man leave the tent. The blue-haired boy then approached him, and the two left the tent as well. Now alone with his leader, Ao turned toward Mei. Are you sure this is all right? What if he is a spy? I don't think he is, Mei replied honestly. Jiraiya was never known for cunningness, and it seems that the boy isn't very fond of Konoha. Besides, he could very well turn the tides of the war in our favor. Did you see his chakra level? Of course, Ao replied with small amount of awe. He has more chakra than Yagura. Exactly. Imagine the power he could generate if he is properly trained. Mei finished. He will be monitored, and we won't tell him of any operations we will start for a while, just to be safe though. Ao nodded somewhat uneasily. The situation was both favorable and suspicious. Only time can tell how it will end though. Naruto and Chojuro walked through the camp silently, neither willing to start a conversation. Chojuro was slightly nervous, seeing that the blonde was an outsider who suddenly appeared in their camp. Naruto, on the other hand, was tired and had no desire to lead an awkward conversation with the other ninja. He could see that the blue-haired boy was shy and timid, but the fact that he wielded a sword of the seven swordsmen must meant that he was strong. Soon they found themselves in front of a regular tent, and Naruto sighed, glad that he would finally get some rest. This is where you will be staying while you're in the camp, Chojuro said. New clothes will be brought to you in the morning when you will be summoned to meet with Mei-sama. Naruto gave him a small nod. Thanks. Chojuro returned the nod and turned around to leave while Naruto entered the tent. Inside was small but comfortable, with a single bed, a nightstand, small desk, and a cupboard with a water basin and a mirror above it. He unstrapped his sword and took off his clothes before sitting on the bed with the sword in his hands. Now that he was finally alone, he decided to study it a little better. The craftsmanship of the blade was impeccable, and the metal used was both sturdy and chakra conductive. For its size, it was fairly light and easy to maneuver. Naruto grumbled as he realized that he had to adjust his style again. So will you finally tell me who you are? Naruto gasped in surprise as he heard the same feminine voice again. So it wasn't my imagination. Nope, it wasn't, the same voice replied. You can hear my thoughts? Naruto asked, his eyes wide. Yup. Now stop beating around the bush and answer my damn question. The voice said heatedly. And what did you do to Kushi-chan? I am Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto replied. And Kushina, my mother is dead. A gasp of shock was heard from the voice. No. How did it happen? She died during the Kyuubi attack, Naruto replied remorsefully. The thought of his mother still hurt. The voice stayed silent for a minute before speaking again. How did you get in possession of me? A friend of mine found you in the rubble of my parents' house and gave you to me, Naruto replied. You were only a Tonto though. That was my sealed form, the voice said. Since you managed to unseal me, it must mean you are worthy of wielding me. And since you're Kushina's son, I'll put my trust in you. Yeah, thanks, Naruto said. Don't make me regret it, boy, the voice said with a hint of danger. I won't. I promise, Naruto replied seriously, fully intending to keep that promise. So what's your name? They'll tell you later, the voice said. If you prove yourself worthy though. I guess that's fair, Naruto said with a sigh. Good. We'll talk again later, the voice said. I need some time alone now. Yeah, sure, Naruto replied, but the voice wasn't heard again. With a sigh, he put the sword aside and laid down on the bed. This was becoming really troublesome. He closed his eyes and waited for sleep to claim him.